Yes, we'd like to start. Please come into the hall and find a place to sit down. We'd like to start soon.
Zapraszamy do zajmowania miejsc.
ご着席お願いいたします。
Please be seated.
Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście.
ご列席、ご来賓の皆様、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Welcome everyone who
ポーラン
is
ド投資
here.
貿易庁とその協力機関を代表し、
I would like
本
to
日大
represent
阪で開催されます
Poland-Japan
ポーランド
Invest
日本投資フォーラムに皆様を
representing
お迎えで
Poland
きること
Expo
を光栄に
2025
存じ
Osaka
ます。
Kansai. I
本
welcome
フォーラムは
everyone
両国間
to
の
today's
経済
forum.
投資関係を一層
Today's
深め、
forum is
変化の激しい時
planned
代にお
in
ける
spite of
共通の課題と展望
changes
を議
in the
論する
world
貴重な機会
and
となり
quite
ます。
difficult situations. We
本
are
日、
going
ご来
together
賓
here
の
so that
皆
we
様
are
の
going
間には
to deepen our
次の方
relationships.
々もお見え
There
です。
are
モニカ・
guests
ゲ
who
ホ
are
フスカ
here.
国会
First,
副議員議長
Monica Likovska, Christoph Heffman, member of the European Parliament, the ambassador of Republic of Poland in Japan, Mr. Paweł Milewski, Michał Jaros, who is the vice president of the digital minister of Digitary, Konrad Gota, who is the also Rafael, also the vice president of the Minister of Registry. Mr. Michał Jaros, Secretary of State, Mr. Jan Bielski, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Dycha, Chairman of the Board of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, Jacek Tomczak, who is the General of the Polish Section, Commissioner General, Expo 2025 Osaka Kansai, Nobutani Kazushige, Director General of the Kansai Bureau of Economy, Trade and Industry, Tori Shigeo, Chairman of the Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Takaoka Susumu, President of JETRO, and other ambassadors and all the corporations from the Minister of Economy, also as well as Polish ministry, government people, related people. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We'd like to receive opening address. First, Jacek Tomczak, Commissioner General of the Polish Section of Expo 2025 Osaka Kansai. Honored guests, MPs, all the related people representing Poland and Japan. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here today. We are delighted to be hosting this special event, the Polish-Japanese Investment Forum, the most important element of our economic program here at Expo. Today's agenda is focused on the pivotal subjects concerning the strategic partnership between Japan and Poland, green technologies, infrastructure, and logistic projects, as well as cooperation in the process of reconstruction in Ukraine, among the areas of our shared interest for future business. This venue is especially close to my heart. For many years, during my service in the Polish Parliament, and more recently as Deputy Minister for Economic Development, I have devoted my work to economic policy and regulations. The topics discussed today reflect the very priorities we have always been pursuing, creating a strong and welcoming investment environment. Poland today is a stable and well-established economy with a strategic location and highly skilled human capital. Though our countries are far apart when measured in kilometers, we share a great deal in common. Both Poland and Japan have built their economic growth on the foundations of hard work and entrepreneurship of our people. While neither of our countries is rich in natural resources, we possess something even more important, the determination to work hard and the capacity to innovate. Unfortunately, Expo 2025 here in Osaka is drawing to a close. We can proudly say that Poland's participation has been a great success. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the team of the World Expo Department and to everyone who has contributed directly to this project. Our pavilion recently welcomed its 1 millionth visitor. For those of you who have not yet had the opportunity to see it, I warmly invite you to visit in the days ahead. We still have a few days left. Since the economy is our focus today, I'd also encourage you to explore our plantation of ideas, a part of the permanent exhibition dedicated to presenting 6 key sectors of Poland's economy to the Japanese market. I'm convinced that today will bring insightful panel discussions, fruitful business meetings, and above all, the establishment of new direct connections between our enterprises. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Michał Jaros, Secretary of State, Minister of Economic Development and the Technology of Poland, will say a few words. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to speak again at the Polish-Japanese Forum here in Osaka. In May, I had an opportunity to participate in the meeting focused in Europe today. However, we turn attention to investment. And we have the distinguished guest. And in Osaka, Kansai, the expo, the second Polish-Japanese Forum here in Osaka, we are very honored to speak once again. In May, last time, was focused on the export, but now it's focused on investment. The investment and export is important and complement each other, and both countries can develop economy. Poland and Japan share many years of very strong cooperation. Japanese companies were among the first foreign investors in the country after the economic transformation. Their presence not only contributed to the modernization of economy, but also created lasting jobs, raised quality standards, and accelerated Poland's integration into global value chains. Everything associated with Japan brings to mind their highest quality, reliability, and precision, just-in-time philosophy, and the continuous improvement and the idea of Kaizen in search of better ever solutions. These values inspire our industry and our institutions as well. And Polish companies are increasingly striving to apply them in their daily practice. Allow me for a personal remark. I come from Wrocław, a region that became the main centers of Japanese business activity in Poland. It's Donetsk. The presence of Japanese companies is part of everyday life. It means jobs for thousands of people and the development of entire communities. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit Toyota's facility in Bushi, and yesterday, I toured the Motomachi plant. Both visits demonstrated how closely our industrial experiences connect us, how naturally Polish energy harmonizes with Japanese precision, and how much we can learn from one another in technology, in work organization, and in business culture. And for the business the practices that we can learn from each other. Today, Poland ranks among the world's 20 largest of economies. For these 35 years, the people, they made hard work and it made fruit. And we are achieved the top 20, the advanced economy. So this is possible the effort for the ex-prime minister as well as the effort of each and every people in Poland. Every day, the business person worked hard to build this community. We have stable macroeconomic foundations, modern infrastructure, and ambitious, innovative companies that increasingly become partners for global leaders. I believe this is the right moment to develop new investment project in Poland and the strengthening cooperating within our economies and has a strong relation with the US and with the EU. Then almost borderless relations. In NATO, we spend most of the military spending and contributed to the defense. We, together with our Japanese partners, we not only expand bilateral cooperation, but also to work jointly for global economic security. In the face of today's unpredictable and unstable international situation, Polish-Japanese projects and the deepening of ties between our economies can become a source of stability and mutual strength. This is particularly important in strategic sectors such as energy, semiconductors, defense, and space and aerospace technologies. Poland and Japan share the common values and common ambitions. I am deeply convinced that new successful projects lie ahead of us, projects that will strengthen our partnership and create new opportunities both for business and our societies. So for the first time, I visited the dojo. At the dojo, training ring from the start to the end to make our utmost effort. And I see firsthand that the Japanese people train themselves. The Japanese people, the value of the ethics and for their work is shared with the Polish people. So we can work together further on and to go ahead. We should do that going forward. We share the value of the democracy that ties with us. Poland, for the independence, the Polish people made this sacrifice that the patriotism is shared by Japanese people. So with these two countries work together, we can create the more stable order the world. I wish you fruitful discussion and many inspiring meetings today during today's forum. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy, panie ministrze. Teraz
Thank you very much. And next, we are going to receive keynote speech from Konrad Gorta, Minister, Vice Minister. Distinguished guests, esteemed partners, representatives of economic world, dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. People who cooperated to plan today's meeting, and also Japanese people. Good morning. This morning, when I woke up, I turned on the Sony TV, used the car from Toyota. Wearing a Japanese watch, I came to the venue. As Mr. Yaros explained, Japan shows respect to customers, also love to the quality of products. That's how Japanese people are. and we love such characteristics of Japanese people. In the past 35 years, Poland had didn't experience any downturn of economics and increased our economical power, went to almost the champion of the EU, and we connect West and East of Europe. Also, we sustained, protected the security of Eastern Europe. We had such an important role. Europe, world, in order to secure the world's security, such foundation should be built by us as well as by Japanese people. Through our cooperation, there are many aspects we can cooperate with each other. For example, defense is an area we can cooperate. And even superpowers are not allowed to disturb security and peace of the world. By opinion, such ideas, we can link our connection together, secure peace, develop technologies. As great partners, Japan is such an important country for us. Japan, ever since we moved away from the social governmental policy, Japan has been helping us going through achieving development of economy. Japan is part of the ecosystem of economy in Poland. Aerospace, ICT, cosmetics, those industries. Poland is experiencing drastic achievement and development. There are many uncertainties out in the world. We are going through such an era. Poland, not only the scale of economy, but in order to make advancement in our economy, we do need cooperation with Japan. After Korea, USA, Japan comes to the third as an exporter to Poland. This ranking, I hope, will go up to number 1 in the near future. Japan and Poland, it's not to compete and decide which is better. Through our cooperations, there is something we can achieve together. These things cannot be achieved without cooperations. Semiconductor, such as cutting-edge technology, together with Japan, only through our cooperation, we can step up to the world stage. Poland, just one country, cannot make such an achievement. Us Polish industries participated in the Expo of Defense Industries in Japan. There were various cooperative discussions together with Japanese industries, defense industries in the Expo. Cybersecurity is such a field where we can deepen our cooperation. Japan and Polish flags, when you put them next to each other, you see red and white. Those colors, 2 colors, are foundations. We have lots of shared characteristics, such as hard work. Also, greetings is not enough. This is where we have opinions, and we are going to decide here, thinking about how to improve our future and tomorrow. Let's keep thinking. Through this kind of forum, little by little, we can make our future a better place. Thank you for your attention.
Now, Mr. Rafał Sinski will say a few words from Digital the Ministry. Distinguished guests and participants, for the local governments, representatives and business people, and people from Japan. Here, the business, the administrative, academy, the cooperation will be seeked in this precious settings. So I represent the digitalization ministry, representing from this ministry. For the better, they enhance the more advanced technology, the economic reform cannot be achieved by the corporations only. The other day, in the embassy, Japanese embassy, regarding the smart city meeting was held, and I was invited to be there. And that occasion,
Wczoraj z panią marszałek mieliśmy przyjemność wizytować w parlamencie japońskim, instytutom parlamentarnym. Wiele doświadczenia między innymi wymienialiśmy, rozmawialiśmy.
various the Poland, the Japanese economic exchange is enhanced. Events and meetings. There are many meetings. For example, for the game developers, the field, there's the forum and fair, and I participated in it. The world known the measures have been developed in Poland. In Poland, that there where it's happening. To experience this, I'm very happy to experience, and I hope this exchange will further strengthen, accelerate with the start of this meeting. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Jan Krzysztof Brykczyk, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, will say a few words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm the former minister, and I'm very happy to see here you, all of you, today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly 34 years ago, at the invitation of Kei Danren, I came to Tokyo. It was the most challenging period in Poland's transformation out of socialism. In Japan, I was met with a very warm welcome, and my visit was upgraded. Thanks to this, surprisingly, I was able to meet with Finance Minister Hashimoto, and at that evening, Prime Minister Kaifu hosted us for a formal dinner at his residence. During the long reception, after a brief lesson, my wife played koto, a folk song called "A Girl Walked to the Forest" that is famous in Japan. Let's go to the forest. That is well known in Japan. This was the first time that I know this song. So like this, we practically began to build like the Ms. Lev Walesa described, to build the second Japan in Poland. That the greatest dream at the very beginning of transformation. Today, Poland's GDP is larger than Switzerland, and we are the dynamically developing country, a member of the EU and NATO. So in my opinion, there are the great factor of this success. That is the foreign direct investment and the development funds from the EU and the spirit of Polish entrepreneurship. Today, we must shift our economy to the next level. And we must do this in these challenging times as Russia seeks to undermine the international order and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. So therefore, today, we must discuss our cooperation in terms of dual-use economic collaboration. This is how we must think in times of growing uncertainty. For Poland, the first country in the world to recognize Ukraine's independence. For Poland, the Polish-Japanese cooperation in supporting that country is extremely important. For both governments, so this year, the action plan is not limited to this, involved the world-class expertise in nuclear safety, small modular reactors, and other industrial decarbonization projects. So Poland's strong and very competitive talent pool could be conducive to our future success. Energy is a must, but what about the agri-food and health sector, which could become the dark horse of our relationship? Let's hope that today's meeting will serve as a springboard for a new business partnership between our two countries. In conclusion, for the future, then I hope this will be a good opportunity for both or two countries. We hope for this. That conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy panie premierze o zabranie głosu.
Next, Andrzej Defa, who represent the Ministry of National Property of Poland. Distinguished guests representing both Poland and Japan. Also industries and investors who represent both countries and all the important esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm delighted to participate in such a unique event as the Polish-Japanese Investment Forum, which promotes Polish investment opportunities in Japan. I am delighted to be here in Osaka. Poland and Japan are like-minded countries bound by friendship and shared values. For many years, we are nurturing respect to each other. In order to make our countries better places, in order to make Poland better, we have been receiving tremendous amount of support from Japan. Even in modern era, there are help from Japan in various shapes. Japan has a motto to make every day a better day. Today better than yesterday, tomorrow better than today. When we encountered with challenges and difficulties, such philosophy of Japanese motto helped us. And there was also a discussion on how quality of Japanese products. But we, both Polish people and Japanese people, make endeavors to improve today's society and direct the country to a better direction. And I truly am grateful for the help given by the Japanese people and Japanese government. We together are stepping forward to the future. There was a mention of manpower. It has a significant meaning. Polish people are ambitious, good work ethics, which can be one of the best in the world. The Poles are famous for our diligent characteristics. We accept that. Also, the world accepts that. And also, cutting-edge technology is introduced, we have great spirits to move forward and develop our industries. Nowadays, the society is experiencing a great change. There are various risks and dangers, but at the same time, there are various chances because of those changes. In Poland, digital manpower, there are many IT talented manpower in Poland. Together with Japanese technology, we can have a great synergy. That's what I am thinking. Japan and Poland, the strength, when we have two strengths of two countries, let's think how we can combine them and make things better. Thank you for your attention.
Now the Japanese guest, we have a few words each. Your Excellency, Mr. Jan Christoph Bergbeck, former Prime Minister, thank you for your warm greeting. And Mr. That the Wojciech Galton, that the state assets, and the Mr. Mikhail Jakob, Secretary of State, Ministry Economic Development, Industry, Poland, and Mr. Jacek Tomczak, Commissioner General of the Poland Secretary, and the distinguished guest, and all, welcome to Osaka. The Japan and the Poland exceed more than 100 years from the establishment of the national relations and have an important partner for the friendship with long history. The Poland and the Japan has a long foothold. The Kansai include the Osaka, Kobe, in Kyoto, and now in Poland, more than 350 the Japanese companies have business there. From Kansai, there are many famous countries. Recently, in the Daikin industry, in Fujichi, that the largest the heat pump that the industry knew the plant was established, and Panasonic they announced the cooperation with the Poland the freezer makers. I've been there first time for 1992. They after the collapse of Soviet Union and started the restaurant construction of the Poland. And recently, 2018, the Katowice, the local city, and the 2020, the autumn, I visited Warsaw. Based on this, my experience, I want to say some words to the Kansai people. And Poland is the country that has developed greatly, and this is very familiar in Japan. There are many reasons. For example, in Warsaw University, there's the Department of Japan, and it has the cutting edge, the best level of the Japanese research, and the students. They learn there not only speak English, the Japanese without any problem. Then, for example, some people research the Heian period, the ancient culture and literature. And there are many Japanese restaurants in Poland, and they are all good, I heard. Based on the friends, the Poland people like the vegetable soup and the delicate tongue. And the flavor and the Japanese food tastes better. So, therefore, there are many things that the Poland is a good country, and we all expect than this more today. So I leave it for this. The Poland, so people focus the charm of Osaka Kansai. This is never ending. As the Director General of the Kansai Bureau of Economic Trade and Industry, it's a better place than Tokyo. Those work and the diplomatic area, diplomats here support my idea. This is the investment forum. So Osaka Kansai, there are many companies with excellent technologies. I always said that something that is not possible in Osaka Kansai cannot be achieved in the world, cannot be created in the world. In Japan, the expo is in place. The hydrogen perovskite PV cell biotechnology technology is shown, and many of this technology is experienced in the Kansai Corporation and Research and University. And this is the share with the Poland's the creative gym in the Poland pavilion is now here in Kansai. And today, we hope that they deepen the understanding in various field and to deepen the relation with Kansai and Poland. We wish hope the success of the Poland, the Japan Investment Forum, and the increased success of those people here. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Zapraszam na scenę pana Shingo Tori, prezesa.
Next, Mr. Shigeo Tori, chairperson of the Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, will give his remarks. Hello, everyone. Today, I am delighted to meet Michał Jaros, Secretary of State, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology in Poland, and Ms. Monika, also Mr. Konrad Gorota, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of State and Assets, Mr. Jan Bielecki, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, who gave a wonderful speech. Also, Mr. Paweł Michewski, Ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Japan, and Krzysztof Bielski, Vice Minister, Ministry of National Property, and many other people who've come to Osaka from Poland. I would give you my heartfelt welcome, and I would like to represent the whole industry of Japan. I'd like to give another speech. I am a chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, and our expo is about to close on the 13th of October. 28 million people visited Osaka Expo in the last 6 months. I myself visited Polish Pavilion, and the motto theme was heritage that paves the way for the future. And I learned a lot about the cutting-edge technology in Poland. And I also learned that Polish people have a love for nature and heritage. And there was a scent that comes from branches of the trees. And there's a space where I was able to relax. And that reminded me of Japanese incense culture. Poland and Japan has a great and long relationship. Japanese people know, everyone knows about Chopin, also Copernicus, Marie Curie, Canal, wider director, film director, also John Paul II, the Pope. Those Polish people are loved by Japanese people. On the other hand, Modern Poland is famous for ICT, semiconductor, science, technology, automotives, manufacturers. You are making an amazing, drastic development. Within a few years, the generative AI will step into all the aspects of industry. Within the topic of the AI, now China and the USA are leading the way, but we shouldn't lose against them. In the future, Poland and Japan together need to collaborate and make an advancement. There are 30,000 members in Chamber of Commerce in Osaka, who have a great expectation to collaborate with international society. And we hope today we learn even more charms of Poland, and all the Japanese people will be familiar with great characteristics of Poland, and will have lots of new opportunities and networks that will come out from today's forum. I hope today's forum will be successful, and the relationship between Poland and Japan will be fruitful, and we'll have a great future together. Thank you.
So now we have Mr. Susumu Kataoka, the president of JETRO. Good morning. It is my honor and pleasure to be here today. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to address you on this investment forum. As you may know, that JETRO is the public agency in charge of promotion of trade and investment, provides various support not only to Japanese companies for their overseas expansion, but also to foreign companies to come invest and business partner in Japan. We have 76 offices in 56 countries, including 16 offices located in 14 European countries. We have, of course, one in Warsaw, which was established in 1975. This means that we are celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. JETRO Warsaw has long served as a bridge between Japanese and Polish companies, and now one of the most active offices in Europe. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Poland and the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, PIFE, for their continued support and cooperation. So the situation is changed drastically, and the rising opportunities, risk, and tensions with the origin and the current deepening fragmentation in the world. Under these circumstances, there would be no doubt that Europe and Japan should strengthen their relations and reliable partners sharing the same value to fight against these alarming situations. Among European regions, and Central and Eastern Europe in particular are becoming strategically important. Standing at its core, Poland has been drawing our special attention with the more increased political importance. With its continuous and robust economic growth, and Poland is positioned as an extremely important investment destination. And Poland, JETRO, has been strengthening the system and the function, taking this opportunity to communicate this. In Poland, It's around 400 Japanese companies operate in Poland, with roughly 30% having manufacturing bases there. This is a 3.5-fold increase compared to before Poland joined the EU in 2004. Seeing the number of inquiries in our office in many years, I feel there's a growing interest of Japanese companies to invest in Poland. So of course, that the Poland, the government has making the tremendous effort for this, and for this, the defending against Russia, and also the hub for the geographic, the hub for the increasing the importance for the geopolitical the setting is important for Poland. The Poland is developing internally as well, and also the Poland is the perspective, the destination. The Poland is is first number one for the investment side. Based on the IMF, the PPP, the GDP per capita, is expected to surpass Japan by 2026. Poland has a very strong economy, and as mentioned earlier, Poland is one of the largest beneficiaries of the EU Recovery Fund, and the large-scale projects are underway in sectors like energy, transportation, and digital infrastructure. This could be very attractive business opportunities for Japanese companies. And what is very important is that the government has the friendly the setting, and also the very good the stable the security, and to enhance to the both relationship to the higher the setting. And the important thing is that the strong relations with Ukraine, even during the ongoing war, the Polish companies are continuing to expand their operations in Ukraine, and many foreign companies are entering the Ukraine market via Poland. And Jetro opened its Kyiv office in October last year to support Japanese companies' reconstruction efforts in Ukraine. Leveraging Poland's proximity to Ukraine, and we are keen to help forge partnership with Polish-Japanese companies that will pave the way to concrete business cooperation with projects in the Ukraine. And we look forward to working even more closely with the Polish government and PIVE. I'd like to conclude my remarks and wishing that today's forum will lead to the further development of business exchanges between Japan and Poland. Thank you for your kind attention.
Next, we would like to move to the introductory presentation. The first presentation, Why Poland? Strategic Gateway to Central and Eastern Europe, Secure, Stable, Future-Proof. Deputy Chairman of the Board of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, Mr. Paweł Pudowski, will give a presentation, a keynote speech. Minasan, こんにちは。本日マグデルナ、会長また副会長、ポーランドの大阪のパビリオンで、貢献してくださった方をご紹介いたします。この写真をご覧ください。これは ポーランドパビリオンに似ていると思いませんか？多くの賞を受け取りました。
You haven't seen this pavilion, we very kindly would like to invite you to visit. The presentation I'm going to cover today that you have a very short presentation right now, but this is not the... Yes, this is my favorite subject, Poland. Why Poland? I would like to start with the presentation of the Polish Agency of Investment in Trade. That is a single window for all of you, the Japanese business leaders, to think about investment in Poland. What we provide is the very detailed information about the country. We possess a database of 1,000 different plots with a very detailed particular assessment of what this land brings potentially to your investment portfolio. This includes the utilities, the approvals, the sizes, the environmental potential that this plot has. It saves a lot of time. We also have established contacts with the leaders of the regions, with the appropriate legal entities to whom you could talk to check if this place is appropriate for your business or not. We have a very tailored database that we can prepare for you based on your questions. We also have a dedicated team of the potential financial reliefs that you could receive in Poland. We are within the European Union. We follow the regime of the legislation of the European Union, but there is a lot of potential in terms of the tax relief or the benefits grants that you could receive in Poland. We have 35 years of experience. As Prime Minister has said when he first time, 34 years, arrived here, the Polish Investment and Trade Agency has already been established. We delivered more than 1,000 projects. We delivered more than 30 billion of investment in Poland. We know how to do the job. There is a limited team of 25 members. Some of them are already here. I would like them also to stand up, please, so they can make yourself visible to the audience. Thank you. That's our most important asset. Thank you very much. It is a great privilege to stand here and deliver the presentation, but to be quite honest, these people do the job. They know how to do the job. They've been very loyal for the company, and we really value your job. Thank you so much. There are 3 team members that are dedicated for particular assessment of different investment or BSS services that you may consider investing in Poland. BSS has grown already to number 2 in the world. There is almost 500,000 people working in this industry in Poland. This is really a big industry. The largest investment supported by our agency recently in the last 2 years, you can see that they are in different parts of Poland, so we are not focused on one particular area, and they are very big in scale. Where to find us? A Polish Agency of Investment and Trade is present in 56 different locations around the world, but of course the easiest would be simply to talk to us right now when you're at the forum. Why Poland? You obviously know what the Poland is. This is in the heart of Europe. This is also the shape of Poland resembles to some people the heart. This is the 4 biggest pan-European corridor country. We've got 4th largest railway network in Europe. We've got the 5th largest highway network in Europe. It's important to say that this infrastructure is very new. I was talking to a distinguished chairman that introduced Toyota to Poland today, and he told me that when he arrived to Poland in 2018, it was a completely different country. Also our financial system, of which we have great representatives here from our friends from BGK and PFR, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. They are also available for discussions with you. These are great financial institutions that bring a lot to the potential of FDI investments. We've been ranked number 3 in Europe in terms of the number of generated projects, and most of the statistics, as you can see, are very favorable of what Poland has to offer. In June this year, there was an incredible article that was published by The Economist, The Rise of Europe's Overlooked Powerhouse. We are very proud of what we have achieved in Poland. We are right now spending almost 5% on defense, as it was said. This is an enormous sum of money that is going into the defense sector. Average GDP growth has been 4% on average every year. So I think this is the biggest in Europe, if not in the world. The income per capita has grown 3 times since 1995. Net migration is very positive. Poles are coming back after spending time abroad. I'm an example of that. I spent 10 years working from London internationally. And people are not coming back only from overseas. There are people who come back to Poland from space. We've got Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Please, Sławosz, make yourself visible. This is our astronaut. Thank you very much for coming over. He is the reason why I didn't sleep on the way coming here to Japan, because we were traveling together. And he is the person of endless ideas and a great perspective to what we are going to achieve also in the space industry in Poland. Thank you very much, Sławosz, for being with us. And we are the 3rd largest army in NATO. Some more statistics that you can read. To summarize this, we are number 1 in CEE. In this region, we are the biggest in terms of the size, potential, number of students that are graduated, and many, many other statistics that you can read. Also, the credit ratings are very favorite. All Moody's, Fitch, S&P Global, as you can see, they are rating us very high. Moody's recently has revised a long-time perspective, but overall, keeping the same A2 result. And our biggest pride, human capital. We are very much got this position thanks to very hard work of the people who you also can see among yourselves, the business people who organize the work, and the very hard-working people with acumen for loyalty, integrity, and vision. You can read these statistics. They are also in your documentations. In higher education, we are not focused on one city. As you can see, we have a very good university across all the country. And there is a lot of people that are graduating. Every year, there is almost 300,000 students and 40,000 engineers, 11,000 ICT. So you can see that a lot of those are the subjects that you can also utilize in your businesses. Key industries, apart from the space, that is our rising star. There is automotive and electromobility, aerospace, business service sectors that I've spoke about. Research and development, there will be a map that I am especially proud of that I will show you in a second. Food processing and electronics and white goods. This is the map that is worth seeing. 2010, very limited number of research and development center. And today, we even thought about making this map a little bit bigger, so accommodate all of those logos. This is something that Poland is very proud of, because many companies chosen Poland for research and development centers. They are companies that are never had any business in Poland, in Europe, and still they're developing their services in Poland. The example of that is Waymo, an American taxi, autonomous taxi service provider. They are in 4 different states in the United States, no operation in Europe, but imagine where they develop their software. Yes, in Poland, in Warsaw. And there are more examples like that. So even if at this stage of your company development, you are not considering investment in Poland, it's worth considering placing your research and development center in our country. Many of you have already decided for Poland. Thank you very much for that. There is 390 companies from Japan that found their place in Poland. You've generated 53,000 workplaces. So it's a great partner. As you've heard from the very warm speeches at the beginning from ministers and the Prime Minister, you are very much valued as a business partner. Japanese culture has a lot of esteem in Poland. You've got a lot of respect from your hard work, from your creativity, from what you've already achieved, from your respect for environment. And all of those elements we also want to share and express in our work, when we work for our companies, on where we work for Japanese companies in Poland. There is a time scale of development of Japanese presence in Poland. In 2015, we signed an economic agreement between Poland and Japan. In 2016, LOT Polish Airlines has opened a direct connection between Tokyo and Warsaw. In 2018, European Union has signed a major trade agreement. So there is a lot of things going on. And today, on exactly this day, there is a first delivery of LNG from the Polish Orlen Group here to Japan. So it's a great moment in our work together. And as you can see, also the Japanese companies has not decided for one particular location. Mr. Jaros was saying about Wrocław. Wrocław is this area here, but also you're present across the whole country. And this country is very well communicated, coordinated, and this is the place where we would like to invite you. You can read also the summary, but something that I would like to close my speech of is not included in the presentation, but it's simply that Poland is also a great place to live. If you would decide to go there, this is the place where you will find an excellent education for your children, when you will find an excellent food for your family, an excellent, very hospitable society. You will meet many business people here, so you can talk also about the environment for making business. Really, this is a great time right now to come to Poland or to develop your presence. Please feel very much welcome. I wish you a wonderful time, a very concrete speeches, talkings, negotiations. If you have any questions, we are at your service. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie prezesie. Kolejną prezentację przedstawi pan Yasuki Ishiga, dyrektor biura JETRO w Warszawie. Zapraszam.
Dzień dobry. こんにちは。ジェトロワルシャワ事務所の所長をしています石賀と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。私は20分でですね、欧州の成長拠点ポーランドというタイトルで、日本企業の
I'm going to talk 20 minutes. The title for today's talk is Poland, Europe's Growth Hub, Business Opportunities for Japanese Companies. My name is Yasuyuki Ishige. I'm a Director General, JETRO Warsaw. I'm going to talk about 3 agenda points. First, the economic center of Europe is shifting to Central and Eastern Europe. Poland's importance is rising. Not only Poland, but Poland is, you can target Poland and surrounding countries. Second, Poland is attractive as an investment destination and customer market. As Mr. Kataoka just mentioned, in JETRO, we had a questionnaire study, and as one of the promising, we had a survey concerning promising country, and Poland got #1 place 6 years in a row. Third, a hub for Ukraine's post-war economic recovery. Now, for post-war economy recovery, Poland is the first place, the first investment has to start with Poland. That's how people are thinking of and increasing business and inquiring regarding Poland. This is scenes from Warsaw. People haven't been there. Maybe you can refer to them. Right top, you see skyscrapers. In EU, the highest building is in Warsaw, which is called Warsaw Tower. On the other hand, there are some traditional buildings that are remaining from communist era. Left bottom, you see a Uniqlo store. This is the only Uniqlo store in mid-Europe. Now there are two shops with great sales. And in Poland, matcha cafe, rice balls, animation, manga. These are so popular in Poland. And for Japanese people, that is really pleasing. This one is an overview of Poland. The population is the fifth largest in EU, 37.4 million. In Warsaw, there is 1.86 million people, a little bit higher than Fukuoka, a little bit less than Hokkaido, Sapporo. And one zloty, that is a currency, is around 40.78 yen. In 2021, it was 27 yen. But against yen or all other currencies, even against euro, zloty is very strong. Compared to 4 years ago, there was 77% raise of the value of zloty, which shows how strong Polish economy is. And number of Japanese residents, 2,233. This slide see the importance of Poland. In 2004, they joined EU, and compared to 2024, usually EU growth is double-fold, but 3.2 times, and for even above four times for Poland, which shows that the acceleration of development of Poland is amazing. And Poland GDP is 4.1 times more, and it accounting for about 30% of GDP of Central and Eastern Europe. Here you see that the darker the green is, the faster the growth is. You see that Poland is 3.2%. Other European countries are light green, which is 0 to 3%. But Poland within this area shows that the speed of development is quite accelerated. Here, a number of Japanese business locations in major European countries, 390 locations in Poland, more than 23%, 23 year on year, which is the seventh number in Europe. Italy, you see 396, Spain 392. I think Poland will go higher than Spain and Italy quite soon. This one is the GDP growth, shows that 3.9%, 3.1% 2025. You see that there is an amazing stable development, and nominal GDP approximately 20th in the world, approximately 0.98 trillion, which is quite high compared to other countries. You can see on the right hand side, Poland is friendly to EU, USA, and Japan. Poland has 3 friendly areas and also the biggest population in European, Central and Eastern Europe, and has a great advantage geographically. And compared to other Europe, there is a very good quality manpower. People, Polish people are very diligent, hardworking. Japanese industries tell me. Moreover, there is an amazing number of IT manpower. That is a characteristic of Poland. Social challenge is the power is usually generated through coal. So going forward, zero carbon is an agenda. Also, the declining population, aging society is a challenge for Poland. And here is the Poland's economic power. Sorry, I lost my slide.
Per capita GDP in Poland is based on the IMF culture. This is amount to the 26,810. It's up $5,000 for the past 2 years. And on the other hand, the PPP per capita, the next year will be then the 57,500 Poland and Japan 56,620, and it's then changed. And in 2029, it's expanded, and the Germany and France difference will be shrinked. This is the major key economic indicators that the inflation rate and the unemployment is important. The inflation rate is peaked in 2022, 12%. Now it's stable in 4.3%. On the other hand, unemployment is the latter 2%, and among EU, it is low, number 2 lower after the Czech Republic. The JETRO in Ukraine, they had established the Kyiv office in last October, and in 2022, after the Russians' aggression, there's many consultation from Japanese companies, and there are 3 factors. The one is the humanitarian support for the refugees, and with the high aspirational, the Japanese companies have the humanitarian support, and this next is the research for the restoration efforts. And recently, for the after the war, for in the seeing that the future, the market entry into the Ukraine, the Poland is in scope. Then this shows that how much the Polish-Ukraine capital, the companies are here. And the Ukraine, the refugees are in Poland, 1 million. And for the foreign companies, there are 28,000, and it's the high in the Poland. And this is a trend, the right-hand side. And after the 2022, the Russians are next to Crimea. It's huge increased. In 2022, after the Russian aggression, it peaked, and now it's the status by the industry, the transport, the construction, and the human resource, the support and software are the main. The Poland and Ukraine has the great ties with economically, and it's deepening now. In Ukraine, there are 3,000 Polish companies, and going forward, the intimacy will increase going forward. So with Ukraine, and at present is the shrinking in population. It's now 33 million. The Poland and Ukraine has the 70 million in the market size. For the mid and long term, before the war, that now is the time, and to consider the strategy from Poland. That is a natural trend. So this shows the FDI trend. The Poland FDI numbers, it's the EV, the battery, energy, the aircraft, e-commerce, and data center. There are various industry. Most recently, Amazon and Microsoft. The U.S. companies' case is increasing. For the 2021-2022, the Google, Netflix, Mercedes has a huge investment. In 2022, the announcement time in March 2022, the next month after the Ukraine war started, even that time, the West companies is not affected to the geopolitical risk and decided the investment. So this shows the Japanese companies in Poland. Right now, about 390 companies centering on the automobiles. Relatively speaking, the left-hand side, Bratsovik Katowice, is the more concentrated area. Now, created 40,000 jobs, and it's 3.5-fold before, compared with the before EU. That the recent case for the Japanese company project are not only the conventional the manufacturing, but the sales and logistics and R&D. Those the variations can be seen. So this is the project a little bit before. In Uchi Prefecture, the Daikin industry established the heat pump factory, and Osaka factory, Daido Group, the beverage company, acquired the Bosana Polish company, the beverage company. So now we will see with the industry, and first the energy industry for the decarbonization, for the energy mix, the 2021, 70% are the coal, and then 2024, 53%. And the renewable energy, the solar power, fourfold, the wind power, 1.6-fold. The EU, the fund will be allocated. So the companies abroad and home seeing the entry to the energy market. The coal to the 2049, it will phase out. It's decided. So in this relation with the coal, the miners union will the workers to reskill and how to use this workforce is a challenge in Poland. In energy, the Japanese companies that the Toshiba Energy Systems for the energy R&D and for the nuclear power and the steam turbine, and these are the agreement. And for the Hitachi Energy for the offshore the wind turbine, and the Mitsui OSK is the floating, the storage restoration, and also the JT and the Nittera company is expanding on this plant, and also the started operation for the demonstration for the water electrolyzer. And this is the automobile industry. The characteristic in Poland auto industry is the commercial, the vehicle, including the bus and tractor. And this is the map for the base. Around the border of the Czech Republic, the clusters is been seen. And Poland the startups are being focused. And in digital, AI and health tech, e-commerce, and game fintech are the strengths of Poland. The enterprise value that Poland is the largest, the enterprise value in the CCE. Poland, Estonia, and the Czech Republic is the half of the CCE. So the Poland, the startup is focused in 3 reasons. First, the IT engineer, they're large in number. Second, the high cost performance, and it's the same as the excellent IT. The personnel can be secured in the lower wage. And third is the geographical convenience. It's a direct flight from the Nordic part country, and from the center of Warsaw, and it's only 15 minutes. So from the Nordic and the northern Europe, the daily trip is possible. This advantage. And this may not be known for Japanese people. The Poland has a strength in the aerospace industry with a long history, and it's in focus. Especially the world, the engine, the 5 largest the companies are based in Poland. The Podolpa, the southeast, the aviation valley cluster is formed. Like this, the world aerospace engine and components manufacturer, including the military use aircraft, has a production base in Poland. And the JETRO is also focusing on the spread of Japanese company and the current state of Japanese restaurant in the Poland. The sushi, ramen, udon, onigiri, matcha, green, the tea is focus, and it's popular in the 87. The restaurant is good, high quality, and the Japanese food, the Japanese beverage has been imported by the many companies. And this year, September 17, that the Warsaw, the export, the trade fair has been placed, and we invited the 9 the countries buyer, and also had the many Japanese companies and their high needs for the Japanese food. So to conclude, that the business, the opportunity for Japanese companies, there are in 3 points. That first is the EU fund and the Poland growth strategy, energy and infrastructure. Second is the geopolitical position and the defense and dual use, and also the Ukraine reconstruction effort, energy, healthcare, housing, logistics, and the Japanese, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, it has the FS demonstration fund to subsidize to the Japanese companies. So together with the Poland's company, Japanese company will be engaged in the Ukraine and the reconstructions. That's very attractive. The third is the Japanese strength in technology, the high quality long-term perspective, and the cooperation with the Poland country in Japanese food, digital contents. It's to expand the consumer market. It's promising. To the aging society, the healthcare field, the medical device and the nursing care is also being promising. Lastly, the EV battery semiconductor has a lot of business chance. So that's it for me. And those who have never been to Poland, please come to Poland with this as a start. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Japanese investors, so that you have a better understanding, we prepared a QR code for you to use. I will project it to this screen. Please scan the QR code and receive a guidebook for investment in Poland. This report is full of contents, and I would like now want to prepare for our panel discussion. Facilitator is the Krzysztof Hetman, member of the European Parliament, Paweł Milewski, ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Japan, Adam Pteslecki, first deputy mayor of the city of Kiev, and Bartłomiej Babuska, chairman of the Board Industrial Development Agency, Mr. Wachowicz, rector of SGH Warsaw School of Economics, and Mr. Fujimoto, chairman of Solitsu Corporation. Moderator will be Mr. Arkadiusz Tarnowski, Deputy Director of Investment Support Department in Polish Investment and Trade Agency.
Poza tą salą, a dzisiejsze forum to także początek obchodów Polskiego Dnia Narodowego na Expo, które
the Polish pavilion in Expo is coming to an end. Poland has a National Day ceremony tomorrow and have planned an interesting exhibition tomorrow. Poland Pavilion, which is called as a Face of Poland, is popular among visitors. Including the facilitator, Mr. Tarnowski, and other presenters. Please come to the stage. Mr. Hetman, member of the European Parliament, Mr. Pilewski, ambassador to the Republic to Japan, Mr. Pustelski, first deputy mayor of the city of Totes, Mr. Babuska, chairman of the Board Industrial Development and Agency, Mr. Wachowicz, rector of SGH, and Mr. Fujimoto, chairman of Solitsu Corporation. Hello everyone, welcome to the panel. This is so-called a keynote speech panel discussion. It's been 160 years after the diplomacy was established between Poland and Japan. A strategic partnership was established 10 years ago. Moreover, Shkorowski, ambassador, Minister of Foreign Affairs visited Japan last year in February, including defense, emphasized areas of cooperations. There was a signing of such treaty. In the forum today, in various areas, overall picture is necessary, and we'd like to talk about that at first in the beginning, on the onset. JETRO in Japan in 1975 was founded. It's been 50 years. Past, present, and future. Japan-Poland relationship. Let's look back, look at the present, and look at the future. First, Panasonic, followed by Toyota. Many eminent industries came to Poland. Moreover, Japan-Poland Information Technology University was established. Also, anime, manga culture have spread to Poland. As you can see in two keynote speeches, exchange between Poland and Japan spreads to various topics and sectors, among which most significant areas should be focused as industry, government, also in academia, what kind of things are achievable. That's the topic of today's discussion, the first topic. Again, past, present, and future, thinking about bilateral relationship. I refrain from introducing all the panelists one more time. Let's now start with the history, looking back, the role of looking back. Let's look back when eminent industries proceeded to Poland. Mr. Fujimoto, please look back the history and talk about when first Japanese company came out to Poland. In the 90s, Fujimoto-san was working in Poland in a trade company in order to go out to the Middle East. What kind of challenge did you meet? What do you remember? Thank you. My name is Fujimoto from Sojitsu. Among the communist era, Toyota cars were sold in Poland in 1990 after Berlin Wall collapsed. We founded a store called Toyota Poland, started a company. I I worked between 1996 and 2000 as a vice president of Toyota Poland. I was working in Warsaw. When I went to Warsaw, there was only one Western supermarket in Warsaw. I lived in the district called Kawati, and housing development was underway or just started. And that's how it was in 1996. What we were expecting in Poland then was the vast amount of populations, and that will result in the growth of car sales. The population was the biggest in Central and Eastern Europe before Poland joined the EU. Japanese car sales, we had a great expectation compared to European cars. That's how we first visited Poland. The 4 years I spent in Poland, there was a difficulty with the Polish language, which was very difficult. I could never go over that hurdle. However, Polish people really like Japan, and people who are working in our company, I was amazed at the technology of IT engineers, dealer systems. All the IT systems were developed in-house. I remember that clearly. Against that backdrop, 3,000 Corollas were sold in the first year. After 4 years, it grew by fivefold, 15,000. I think it's even more now. And back then, during the 4 years, I saw a drastic development. Kawati, there were 2 or 3 modern supermarkets that were built during the 4 years, and I could see Poland developing in front of me, and I had a great expectation.
Mr. Fujimoto is called as the father of the Toyota plant, and representing academia, Mr. Piotr Warszawik, director of SGH Warsaw School Economics, will ask him now. The Japan and the Poland, the students exchange. In order to achieve this, and proficient in the language, and Mr. Piotr is the proficient in languages. Not only the academia exchange, but the Japanese style, the business practice to learn, and some educational institutions. There are an increasing number of them. Among those, there's academia, how to deepen the exchange as academia. So, our universities, some of them are present today. And some of them are a foreign minister. They graduate from my university. So even as a risk of being arrested, and to save Ukraine, to devote themselves, and those are the graduates of our university. We are very proud of this. So we have the 20 Japanese educational institutions. We enhance the deepen the ties with them. Among this, and there are for those who have the Poland the higher post, there are some the people who studied in Japan. So I'd like to introduce some book. So I prepared to deliver to hand all of you. To Japan and the Poland economic relations, the macro and micro, the analysis has been carried out in this book. We encourage to buy this book. From the January next year, the Japan-Poland economic exchange has been aimed at a special organization will be established. So we hope you join this organization. 2015, in Japan and Poland, they signed the MOU to encourage the trade relationship. Specifically, how the trade has been increased with Japan. I will cite some numbers. Then, EU Economic Cooperation Treaty, to conclude that, I have an active role to fulfill this. The trade with Japan centered on goods. And this has been growing exponentially, but not only the goods, but the service trade has been increased. Almost 400 companies have the business or the outpost in the Poland, the Japanese companies. So Japan EU the cooperation agreement has the visible the outcome for the accelerating the economic exchanges. But there's the potential to grow still. The reason is the Poland so far is the unprofitable against Japan in trade deficit. So as Poland, and we would like to be helpful to Japanese people. The potential growth is there a lot for export. I'd like to emphasize this. of course, the Poland's strengths lie has been talked about, and I do not reiterate here. Using the various means, for example, through the visits, the tours, that should be to conduct more often, and we like to increase the export from Poland. So industry-wise, there are hubs formed like to promote trade. At present, so far, the various EU funds are used for these projects. Beyond the EU framework, the efforts to realize this is necessary. So at the local level, toward the export enhancement, then I hope that the delegation should visit more, and vice versa. And the steady, the efforts is the utmost thing we should do. There's no means that we do it separately at the local and the central government and the city, and local initiatives should be done together in a cooperative manner. So then we look into the future. The first minister, we invite him, the first deputy minister of city of Wuch, that the Daikin and industry and the JT, local co, like in the Japanese companies, like Takeda, pharmaceuticals, have the establishment in Wuch city. They also Fujitsu corporations. So the PIF, the Poland, the investment and trading, the ministry supported the various projects, and the Japanese companies, and to attract the city of Wuch. What kind of initiative are you taking, and what is the attractiveness?
Before I switch to Polish, because I see in the room many of our Japanese friends, including Mr. Ambassador Miyajima, with whom I had the honor to cooperate with. And I would like to start off with thank you very much for all that you have done with us and for us. You've done tremendously a lot, and I'm really grateful for every opportunity that we had to cooperate together. A co do pańskiego pytania. Faktycznie
Uchi has a great potential. However, the potential hasn't become realized yet enough. Hint for success would be the value. today, the values change all the time, and people question about real values. I personally, values, I think, will become more and more significant. Not only unidirectional profit, but bidirectional, reciprocal thoughts and thinking about each other. Those values are important. Without that, it is difficult to develop and evolve. Let's take an example. We now are talking to each other in Osaka. Uchi, city of Uchi, has a thorough and deep exchange with Osaka. Rococo, Daikin, representative companies of Osaka had come to Uchi. And now let's go back to the topic of values and talk about why they are important. This year, Rococo came over to Poland.
Wciąż jest prezesem.
And the people who had great roles for the company to come to Poland. The relationship started in 2012, and they have been cherishing a friendship and relationship over time. And finally, the move came true. The human-to-human relationship finally bore fruit, and I realized that this time. Of course, human power is necessary to develop economy. For the manpower, I want to ask you, the ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Japan, Mr. Milewski. Most recently, there are visas called working holiday visas, and Japanese people come to Poland and have opportunities to work. And there are more and more opportunities like that. Yes, everyone. Working holiday visa, the question concerning is quite intrinsic and important in nature. Human power or humans linking Japan and Poland. I have been here for the last 6 years as an ambassador to Japan. And the bondage between the two countries, what bonds? Of course, humans, mankind. Of course, there are various strengths that people have talked about today. We have been talking at 4 and 5 occasions, after which manpower, the exchange of humans, such a system had to be established, and the dialogues between Poland and Japan continued. Polish people come to Japan, or Japanese people go to Poland in order to work, and how can we establish an environment in which exchanges are easily done and people find job opportunities, not only working, but the quality of life. Also, safety in everyday living is necessary for us to think about. Polish people, some come to Japan and live here for a longer period of time. Having said that, the Poles who are living in Japan, are they able to work here in a fair manner at the same status of Japanese people? Such system hasn't established yet. So the system we are going to undertake in the near future enables mankind to be active and make people more active and motivate them. Exchange students go to study in foreign universities. There will be exchanges between two countries at student level, and they might decide to stay after graduating, making use of this working holiday system that we are introducing. It hasn't been widely spread yet, but I'm sure this will create a solid foundation for exchanges. So representing industry, Mr. Babuska, Chairman of the Board Industrial Development Agency, I'd like to ask you about renewable energy and hydrogen energy. In that topic, Japanese industry, in order to facilitate Japanese industry to come to Poland, what kind of things can you do? I, representing the Board of Industrial Development Agency, in order to facilitate the cooperation between Poland and Japan, there is a wide range of things that we can undertake. On the land, on the ocean, wind power generation, we are becoming one of the leading places. So what's necessary is spreading the reliable supply chain and establishing it. Japanese investors, we'd like to welcome them to our projects that we are thinking about right now.
So for Japanese companies, we heartily welcome for the Japanese companies to come here. And this forum is the golden opportunity that we encourage. It is the government, the private partnership, the administrations or government, and to encourage and support the Japanese corporations. And I'd like to reiterate here the various investors. The investors have been maybe concerned about the various risks. So we run together. We are here with you. The government administration is not a barrier, but this is our being that we support and to assist to run with you. 105 companies are involved in these initiatives, or the wind farm, the projects are being underway. The cooperation with the foreign investors will be encouraged. The experts the office has been established here. Of course, not only for Japanese companies, but the companies, the leading companies around the world, has also been having presence in here. Mr. Tchaikovsky, the department, the manager for the foreign investment, is here today, so we encourage to talk with him. The Japanese companies with us to cooperate with the administrations will have a huge success. We firmly believe on this. Now, for the 21st century, the Japan-Poland relations, to review our history, we like the panelists to say a few words each about the role of the Poland and Japan. Mr. Fujimoto, as the general, the trading firm, the representative from this position, what are your thoughts? From 1990 to 2000, the 4 years. In 2018, I visited Warsaw again, and I was amazed with the change of Warsaw. It's developed tremendously. In this situation, that Poland, the country, and to Ukrainian support to Ukraine, as the EU chair country, and from the year, the EU members as the uniformly support to the Ukraine, and the NATO for the security and the defense, and has the tremendous contributions for the EU and the EU, the CCE, the leaders. I see the Poland, and the charm of Poland is there are two in large. First is the EU fund is received, and for decarbonization, the infrastructure development to happen in future, we are interested in it and would like to invest in it. For the upcoming Ukrainian, the support, economic development support, the Japanese Economic Ministry has a $24 billion the support as a budget now. Through this fund, the Japanese companies, in order to accomplish the Ukrainian support, as a Poland standpoint and geological standpoint and status situation, and to work together with the Poland company is the most reasonable, the best option. In that sense, Poland is the very important country for us. Then we ask the same question of the director of the SES Warsaw School of Economics. In what field the cooperation would be expected in a great way? The joint research should be enhanced more. During COVID-19 and after aggression to Ukraine, after this uncertainty era, the Japan and Poland can have to cooperate in this field as well. Digitalization, the environmental friendly green technology, the agriculture food cooperation, toward the Ukrainian reconstruction, we will have the important role for the support to Ukraine. And Japan, Poland to cooperate together, and the Ukrainian support, the reconstruction support is very important, will be very important. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Hetman, the congressman of the EU Congress, please. Now, EU, new EU budget has been compiled now. For Poland, Poland have received a huge amount of fund from EU. So that will be the last budget that Poland would receive from the EU, probably. So, in this sense, that this would be the last opportunity. In this sense. So, we cannot count on the EU, but India and South America, like that, there's economic cooperation with the unit. So as EU, for regions, the Poland, the export should be enhanced. So Poland is in EU, and by using this framework, in Japan, the business between SMEs, there are many SMEs, Japanese companies with excellent technologies. Poland is not defeated, but to enhance the relations with SMEs and us in the EU is very important. So EU fund to be used effectively. This is wiser options. For Ukraine restoration, as EU, as Poland, to cooperate with Japan. Poland is next to the Ukraine, the Karpatska, the province, and the Lublin province. So those regions that borders the Ukraine, and to attract the Japanese company, this is very important as well.
So, Poland shares borders with Ukraine. In the northwest area, there are many Japanese industries, but we expect more balanced, geographically balanced advancement of Japanese industries all over Poland. Such infrastructure should be ready to welcome Japanese industries. For the restoration Ukraine, eastern part would be necessary. And let's now think about the city of Uchi. Not only logistics, but in what aspect can the city of Uchi have a valuable relationship with Japanese industries? In order to develop synergy, the area of the AI, in this area, there are many superpowers that are more developed in this field. Together with the strength of Poland and Japan, in the field of the AI, and will have a competitive edge in the development of the AI. Of course, we cannot develop everything, but maybe the field where we excel in and to establish status there would be an important thing. We have geographically advantage, not only logistics, but it's an entrance to the EU, also to Ukraine. We have a great role as such a country. As an ambassador of the Poland to Japan, I would like to ask Mr. Milewski. Poland is not only a place to work, but it's a place to live. In what way can we establish an ideal environment? Within the EU, we have to have an active role. We need to invest in attracting many Japanese companies to come and live in. We need to establish cities and towns where Japanese people can live comfortably. Moreover, not only Poland, but more of the Eastern European countries, so that they can advance to the European eastern part of Europe. They can make use of cities in Poland and use those cities as hubs. Japanese youth, young people, when they come to Poland, I'm worried that those Japanese people are worried that they come to Poland just to work. But once they come, they enjoy living in Poland. So human-to-human exchange should be elicited or advanced or welcomed. We have a center of advertising in Poland in Tokyo. This is the biggest and the first try in Asia. We also have a Bureau of Tourism Bureau welcoming Japanese tourists in Poland. Moreover, we have a Chamber of Commerce, also Tokyo office of the Investment Bureau. There are many offices to support businessmen in Japan. I hope you make the great use of those offices. Next, we would like to ask Mr. Babuska, Chairman of the Board Industrial Development Agency. What I want to focus on about the restoration of Ukraine is after an aggressive advancement, it's been 3 years. If without Polish support, Ukraine maybe couldn't have lasted for this long, for 3 years. In order to restore Ukraine, Poland has a great role. As I referred to earlier, in various manners, we started supporting Ukraine. There's a trust relationship between Ukraine and Poland. Here, what we agree upon is in order to restore Ukraine, Poland has to have established infrastructure to support restoration of Ukraine within Poland. After such infrastructures established, Polish products can be exported to Ukraine. On top of that, from the Ukrainian side, by having a more established infrastructure in Poland, Polish products can be exported as far as the Middle East. Such road will be established, such as infrastructure will be established. So Japanese leaders, businessmen, please have an understand such a possibility, and I hope you cooperate with us. I'm sorry we are pressed for time. This discussion has to come to an end. If you need more further information, more details, we'll touch upon this topic again in the discussion section in the afternoon. I hope you stay until then.
Kolejny pan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alkalis Tarnovic. So after this, we have a panel discussion for Ukrainian restoration. The time is a little bit past, but it's not the lunch time. That's the time to discuss the cooperation that Ukrainian restoration. We'd like to discuss from now. Toward the Ukrainian restoration, we have a panel discussion from now. So a new panel will be present here. And now, Mr. Miroskai Trasky, President of BGK, and Mr. Piotr Matczuk, President of the Polish Development Fund, and Mr. Janis Vanuk, President of the Export Credit Insurance Company, Mr. Jitsuko Wofa, Deputy President of the Briscoe City, and Mr. Nobumitsu Hayashi, Governor of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation, Mr. Nagahiro Nakamura, General Manager, Warsaw Office, Acting General Manager, Kiev Office, Nippon Koei, will take the podiums. The moderator is Mr. Marcin Nowalewski, Deputy President of the Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers. Now, the second panel discussion will be started now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining. Now, the panel discussion was talked about the Ukrainian restoration. Now, we would like to talk about in details. toward the Ukrainian restoration for the company, Japanese company, to have a presence in here. The Poland, what kind of the support can Poland provide? This is a topic to discuss. Now, Mr. Piotr Matstuk, that the president of the Polish Development Fund, I ask you questions. As the Poland Development Fund, how you are fluent in language? So you can speak in any languages.
Ukrainian recovery is extremely important for Poland and the Polish economy. And I would like to draw your attention to two trends. So the first trend is that the Polish private sector is more and more keen to be present internationally, including Ukraine. We see that over 50% of Polish companies is right now interested in going abroad. And then the second thing is that we, as the system of the Polish development institutions, the PFR group and the colleagues that we are here participating in the panel, we have very much a JV approach in our DNA. So first of all, we would like to stand together to support Polish companies to go and rebuild Ukraine. But secondly, we are very much open to different ways of cooperation with Japanese partners. And that's why we formed the Team Poland initiative that was launched in July this year in Warsaw and Rome. And this initiative is not only to demonstrate unity in supporting Polish companies going abroad, including to Ukraine, but also it's a platform that could be used for you to participate in the rebuild of Ukraine jointly, together.
Thank you, Piotr. Now let me move on to Mr. Governor Hayashi, and the question to you about what support does JBIC expect from the Polish development system and Polish institutions with regards to Ukraine? How can Poland help JBIC in the region in Ukraine?
Well, thank you very much. I am Hayashi, Governor or CEO of Japan Bank for International Cooperation. We are an official institution of the government of Japan that supports Japanese business all around the world. And actually, our name is referred to in the U.S.-Japan tariff agreement. And U.S. President Trump wants all our money to be invested in U.S., but that is not the fact. We are a ubiquitous organization. We want to support Japanese companies all around the group, especially in Poland and in the region in Europe. While with regard to Ukraine, the government of Japan continues to be committed to support Ukraine. And if I can illustrate some of what we have done in the past, we have guaranteed the issuance of samurai bond by BGK of 93 billion yen because the revenue goes to the aid fund that supports the refugees from Ukraine for their educational, medical, and housing needs. We are proud to have done this deal, and we are also have committed a credit line to Black Sea Development Fund in order to support Ukraine rehabilitation and also decarbonization in the region. So as the situation improves, we want more and more Japanese companies to be doing business in Ukraine and in the surrounding countries. So in that stage, we would very much like to have a further collaboration with the Polish government agencies to support Japanese companies' activities there. I think there is a wide scope of Japanese companies' operation, including power transmission, water treatment, housing, and rehabilitation or railway rehabilitation. And actually, there is a Japanese startup called Instalim, which manufactures and sells artificial legs. They have been doing business in the Philippines and India, but want to expand their business in Ukraine. And that's a business we are trying to support because there is so much need, but there is very limited supply. So that's what we would like to do and what we would like to do further. And that's where we would sincerely ask for collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayashi. And this is actually how the partnership grows, because here on the scene we have all the institutions, agencies respective for you to cooperate in Poland and Ukraine. Przechodzę do pytania do pana prezesa Mirosława Czekaja, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, Polish Development Bank. Panie prezesie, jak wygląda portfolio produktowe w kontekście Ukrainy i na terytorium dzisiaj Polski, bo takie programy BGK prowadzi w kontekście wspierania inwestycji w Polsce, które są nakierowane na rynek ukraiński, i jak wygląda portfolio produktowe z kolei, które będzie wdrażane w samej Ukrainie?
Dziękuję bardzo. To bardzo ważne wskazanie, że Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego jest instytucją rozwoju, polską instytucją rozwoju. To daje unikatowe możliwości wspierania rozwoju polskich przedsiębiorców.
To support the Poland, now the Ukraine, the rehabilitation, we are serving our efforts. So, like the usual bank, we provide loans, and toward the Ukrainian rehabilitation, the special loan, the fund cooperation is our second role that we've been played, and the EU fund to distribute. That is our special purpose. That the National Bank the aggression to Ukraine, before that, until then, at that time, for export, the guarantee that has been done before. For example, the Ukrainian company to invest in Poland, the loan has been provided, and to that end, the guarantee will be in place. We are doing that as well. With the same interest rate, for the various industries, we provide loans. This is toward Ukrainian companies. And In Ukraine, the new business establishment loan has been provided. So, as our bank, for Ukrainian side, not in our name, but to establish the different bank and to provide fund there. The Ukrainian Restoration Fund is also being established. About 200 million euros in total. The infrastructure, the medical, the rehabilitation, the fund is being provided. And for Ukrainian, the government, we provide a fund to the government of Ukraine, and we use the fund from EU. As not only as Poland, but the EU fund are also been mobilized. The Ukrainian SMEs are someone that we also support using EU fund. For example, the investment to Ukraine, the Japanese companies can use that, use the fund. So, the Poland National Economic, the bank can provide fund to those corporations. Probably, JBIC, the cooperative, the fund or loan might be available, and through this effort, the larger projects will be possible, and that's the environment we have. So, for the Export Credit Insurance Corporation president, Mr. Yanis Vaticek will say a few words. For to provide your guarantee or credit to the export, that what you are working on. At present, what kind of the export credit are being provided?
So one of the export credit insurance companies covering whatever financing is needed, and obviously dealing with, in our case, dealing with Polish companies. And the thing is, and I would like to underline that, we treat companies who are investing in Poland, for instance, Japanese, as purely Polish companies. And this is something which brings a lot of possibilities for investors, because when you're treated as a Polish company, then you can use opportunities, you can use solutions of Team Poland. So you can use solutions coming from many different institutions, some of them are today here, and use them as puzzles to build up financing, to build up your presence in Poland. And you've mentioned that we are quite exposed to Ukraine. Yes, we are. We've been the first export credit agency that was open to insure the risk of Ukraine. And I think we are still one of that ECA that it has a highest exposure to Ukrainian risk. Saying that, even before the war has started, we've been the second after, I think, Germany, after Euler Hermes, so our colleagues from German Export Credit Agency, the agency with the highest exposure. We've been doing, together with BGK, Polish Development Bank, we've been doing a lot of infrastructure projects, but we've been ensuring the trade, the daily trade of Polish companies. After the war has started, we've been the only one for almost, I think, 1.5 years, the only agency around the world that was ensuring the trade. So up to now, we insured nearly $3 billion turnover of Polish companies, including some of the Japanese companies, which were trading from Poland, from the Polish entities, together with their Ukrainian counterparts. And why it was extremely important? Because a lot of agencies around from different places, especially from developed countries, were trying to mimic what we were doing, because it was thinking out of the box that allowed us to start insuring, because the risk was already really high. But on the other hand, you could always find the solution how to deal with that risk, how to evaluate that risk, if you do not apply it like a standard model. That's what we did. We opened up, and we gave a lot of liquidity to Ukrainian companies at that stage. Even now, obviously, you know, the investments in Ukraine are missing. They will appear at some stage. That's why we encouraged the investors to come over to Poland to open up their premises, and we can take care of their risk. Poland is a great place to be, and from our perspective, the rebuilding of Ukraine is not the moment that the war is going to stop, and then everyone would love to come. The rebuilding of Ukraine lasts for already since 2022, when the war really has started. So the extremely important thing is to provide that cover for the day-to-day trade, because the society, the whole country of Ukraine needs to live somehow. So the rebuilding is being done on a daily basis, and that's where we are in, together as Team Poland, to support the development of the country, but at the same time, obviously, the development of Polish companies, including the Japanese, which are investing in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really important note that sourcing Japanese products from Poland elsewhere is a subject for KUKA's activity. So wherever you go, it can, of course, Ukraine, but also other countries. If we source Japanese products from Poland, that can be supported by KUKA. I completely agree that the reconstruction of Ukraine is happening actually right now. Even this week, I cannot disclose the name of the company, but my association is organizing meetings at KUKA, at PFR, discussing large industrial project where Japan is involved as well. So this is a large industrial project where Japan provides the technology advisory. So this is your core competence in terms of tech development, but they want to engage Polish EPC contractor with the funding coming up from the PFR TFE and insurance of KUKA. So a perfect example how we do the planning of investments, planning of specific concrete projects right now in Ukraine. Chciałem przejść do pana prezydenta Konrada Fiołka, miasto Rzeszów. Miasto Rzeszów to jest...
Now next, representing the city of Rzeszów, the Alaska, Mr. Gregory Vena It's located in the Poland, the southeastern part, next to Ukraine. The Rzeszów city is a major city. As Rzeszów city, not only the restoration, but the rehabilitation, the reconstruction to build back better the Ukraine. What kind of the role that can Rzeszów city can have? And for the Japanese investors, as a Rzeszów city, what kind of thing is possible? So Rzeszów city for Japanese companies is the base for the Ukrainian rehabilitation support in Poland. But this is closer to the Ukraine, and Rzeszów city will have a central role. So this is the role for the base for the restoration that Rzeszów city will pursue or accomplish. So the important role is a distance to Ukraine. And from Ukrainian perspectives, the EU market entry gateway. And for the Japanese companies as well, the Poland for Japanese companies is a gateway to EU. And they can access to the Poland through Ukraine, and this is the linchpin of the transportation. And the infrastructure of road has been developed. So in that sense, the infrastructure to facilitate the the company to invest is prepared, and at the Rzeszów city, the aerospace industry is highly developed here. There's a strong traditions that not only the logistical base, but this is the hub to create the new initiatives. And the IT industry, Rzeszów is the large base. The initiative, the genes has been lived in Rzeszów vividly till now. So it's not only the slogan, but it is a proven track. This is a sure role that we have been playing. In Rzeszów city, it has a young evacuees from Ukraine. Rzeszów city, thanks to them, has the younger, the average, the population. That is the youngest in Poland. The trade, and there's some number announced, and the dual-use technology has also been developed here. And so, the dual-use technology development has been going on in Rzeszów city. I want to mention this, taking this opportunity.
Nippon Koei company in Kiev, Ukraine. What would you say in terms of major challenges of doing business in Ukraine from the perspective, of course, being based mostly in Poland? Where do you see major risks, but also opportunities in terms of the Ukrainian market?
Dzień dobry. Konnichiwa. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very honored to be invited for this important event in my hometown, Osaka. As an engineering consulting companies, we are currently engaged in a number of Ukraine recovery projects in cooperation with Japanese government, UK government, and other IFIs. And the biggest challenge for our business is, of course, current war situation itself. Even if international communities wants to support Ukraine reconstructing infrastructures, infrastructures might be attacked and destroyed soon after the completion of the construction. That is why I understand most of IFIs are still focusing on the donating and delivering the goods and the equipment to meet the Ukraine's urgent requirement. And accordingly, our company activity is limited, and we still focus on the arrangement of the goods and equipment delivery. And we are not active yet in providing our professional engineering services for the downstream of the specific projects. However, we need to be well prepared for the future reconstruction phases. So we can start physical and visible construction works in a timely manner in the post-war time. In this sense, I hope IFIs will provide more funds for the concrete project preparation activities such as full-scale feasibility study or detailed engineer design, so we can move on to the implementation of the specific project immediately in the post-war time. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the example of feasibility studies. Again, this is the time to undertake feasibility studies in Ukraine. If you can't or don't want to do it directly, you can go via Polish, Ukrainian partners, Japanese are present in companies are present in engineering in Ukraine. So it's worth doing so right now. Nie będę prosił panelistów o podsumowanie. Mamy kilka minut do końca panelu, ale chciałem was prosić o konkretne przykłady zaangażowania instytucji.
Now, the time is running, so I may not ask additional questions. So the last words, each panelists.
Let's bring in, let's say, a more general comment on the state of investments in Ukraine in terms of IFIs and DFIs. So even if you look at the portfolios of sort of large IFIs engaged in Ukraine, we do see that the most of the portfolio of their engagements during the war are the engagements to financial institutions, let's say, to provide stability, mostly to small and medium enterprises, but there is little industrial projects because of the war reality, so to say. So for Poland, for all of our institutions here, the most important thing is continuity of providing support. So that's why we've been providing support during the wartime, and I think KUKA is the best example of this because they've been constantly active during that time. And one more specific example here I would like to bring in here is we managed to do an acquisition in the wartime by the Polish company And we supported the Polish company going to Ukraine and consolidating a part of its IT market. We did this transaction together with KUKA. So we provided equity financing, and then KUKA provided guarantees for that. And this is the best example that, let's say, the continuity can be there, and it should be supported.
Thank you, Piotr. Very concrete case of a Polish company being supported by PFR and KUKA in terms of the acquisition. Mr. Governor Hayashi, I'd like to ask you about your sectoral, from the perspective of JBIC, sectoral preferences in terms of potential activity in Ukraine. Do you envision any specific sectors from a Japanese structure of economy where you want to be mostly involved in terms of financing in Ukraine and the region?
Well, there are a wide-ranging sectors where the Japanese business can do more activities in Ukraine and in Poland and the countries in the region. That is, as I see, the center of gravity is moving to the east among European countries. That is why we are setting up a new office in Warsaw, in Poland. I see Mr. Marushima, why don't you stand up? Yeah, he is going to be representing us in Warsaw. Ambassador Brzezinski has already assured he's going to have a good life, but if he is to have a lot of business, I want collaboration among the audience. Please bring more and more projects to him so that we can expand the universe of our activities in Poland and the countries. The sectors where we are going to focus, well, it can be any sector, but I want to stress that, first of all, energy transformation, including renewable energy, energy network, or conservation of energy. But we're also looking at newer sectors like hydrogen or nuclear power. And also, we as an organization has stressed the importance of gas in transition. We have financed FSRU project by MOL, and we continue to see a variety of energy projects so that we can have a practical and reality-based transition to greener and cleaner energy. The second area of focus is digital transformation, because Poland and the countries in the region have a lot of human resources in digital transformation. We have already set up an investment facility of FF Venture Fund to invest in startups in Poland and the countries in the region so that we can connect Polish companies with Japanese companies. The third area is supporting Ukraine, as I have explained in the former intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Panie prezesie, BGK był zaangażowany w Ukrainie.
Now, in Ukraine, for the actual restoration, the cooperation has been provided. Based on the experience, we ask you, the Poland, the economic development, the president, I ask you, what kind of this fund providing scheme has been in discussion. Of course, that we cannot disclose the confidential information. One thing I have in mind is we have established an office in Kiev, and to be more active on providing loans. For example, the cooperative loans is being possible as a system. the Poland and Ukrainian the governments agreed that the new contract in Ukraine, the joint initiatives to go ahead with this. This is the more it's facilitated the framework for the joint initiatives. $380 million zloty project has already started. And this time, we cooperate with the EU, the organization, and the agreement will be concluded with the EU committee. For example, at the EU level, the Poland National Economic Bank and will be useful or indirectly for the restoration of Ukraine. So, in perspective of Export Credit Insurance Corporation, we ask you the same question. For the investment, the credit is the credit given to the investment.
One of the investments of Polish companies in Ukraine, roughly and slightly about 50 million US dollar transaction. I cannot reveal the name of the company, unfortunately, but the transaction was done with MIGA, so one of the organizations of World Bank, and that was the first transaction in the world where we where in fact we were reinsuring MIGA. Usually it goes the other way around, so we inverted the transaction and we shared the risk together with them. This is something which I think it was worth to mention. But on the other hand, we are open to insure other investments from the political risk, but as well from the credit risk perspective. So whenever there is money needed for that part of investment, we're happy to cover that risk in terms of usual greenfield or brownfield type of investment. I think what is worth to mention that we're working on a couple of different projects, and we're trying to share the risk with other export credit agencies. So, for instance, nowadays we're working on onshore wind farms in Ukraine, where we are trying to deal with our Danish colleagues and their companies being based in Poland, because Danish companies are going to produce certain things for those wind farms. So I can tell you that we're very open to work with other export credit agencies, and I hope that because we've already started working with Nexi on some of the markets, like for instance markets and some of the African countries or Central Asian countries, and I hope as we are going to sign the agreement of reinsurance agreement on Friday, I hope that starting on from Monday on, we will be able to do those deals not only in Poland, but as well in Ukraine when it's needed. So, and we are very happy, as mentioned before, we've done quite a lot of transactions, and I can assure you that the risk of being in Ukraine and the trading with Ukraine is much smaller than trading within the European Union. Our losses on the portfolio are, I think, below 1%, whereas we experience for instance, in Germany or in Great Britain, losses above 50%. So and I guess Germany and Great Britain are not in the wartime. So to be honest with you, once the risk is nicely evaluated, properly evaluated, the business can continue and can grow easily. So we're happy to do those deals together.
Thank you. I mean, backing MIGA in terms of the insurance really shows the Polish competence, the Polish factor in terms of Ukraine. Going to Director Nakamura, let me ask you just final two questions to you and to President Mayor Fiorek. What is a major project you're looking at right now in terms of Poland and Ukraine? I mean, where do you envision the most of the potential for you?
Thank you. Yeah, we have been working in Ukraine over nearly 20 years since year 2004, and our major first project is Japan-funded Boryspil State International Airport project in Kyiv that was successfully completed in year 2013. We are paying attention to the aviation sector. Now, as a airport sector, as a game changer in the transportation and logistics in the post-war time. Currently, no airport is operational in Ukraine, but once airport operation is resumed, then Ukrainian airport will play a significant role in the logistics and transportation, which is very critical for the reconstruction activities. And another unique activity is station area development planning in Lviv city. You know, Lviv is the largest city in the western part of Ukraine, located 70 kilometers away from Poland border. And taking into account its strategic location, Nippon Koei signed a MOU with Lviv City Council, and we conducted an interesting study in cooperation with Lviv City Council and the UK government for a mixed-use development in the Lviv's major railway station area, and that includes for example, office building, residential building, and retail. Yeah, this study aims to promote private investment for the field of the real estate development. So if there are interested investors in this area, I'm happy to discuss our potential collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of activities. Actually very coherent with our priorities in terms of the Polish institutions, financing and businesses engaged in Ukraine. Panie prezydencie, prośba o zamknięcie tego panelu z przykładem inwestycji.
And then the representative Joseph City at present, the ongoing Poland, the specific Ukrainian restoration project, the support, then we would like to ask you for the specific examples. The dual use, the development is possible in Joseph City, and that's been going on still. And this is backed by NATO already. So this has the prospect growth in the future. For defense, the R&D, the focus on the defense, the R&D center has been established. the decarbonization, the Japanese companies' cooperation has been going on. Aerospace industries, the equipment, the machine in the industry has been now attracting investment in Joseph City. For example, the medical institutions, restoration, hospitals. Joseph City is the work serve as a base. Of course, the farm products are traded across borders proactively.
The dual-use investments of Ukrainian companies in the region. So they go out of Ukraine in order to be able to export internationally. They cannot do it from Ukraine because of the wartime. So they come to the region and invest there in a dual-use technologies. Thank you very much for the efficient time management. Hopefully we're gonna meet quite soon at the JBIC office in Warsaw. Let's host a roundtable there discussing and follow-upping this specific discussion. Really, great pleasure having you here. Thank you.
Z góry przepraszam, że ja tak pilnuję moderatorów z czasem, ale
Now time is limited. So for Ukraine restoration, the Poland, the investment and the trading, the agency has the office in Kiev. We hope you utilize this. So we have a lunchtime from now. So we will arrange the seat. So we are sorry to say, but please refrain from this room and please leave this room here. Now we have the different rooms. They're separated by each subject, and we'll have a discussion later after at the lunch. There are 2 discussion sessions in 2 rooms, and we have a showroom as well. So after lunch, we'll come back at 2 o'clock and restart the forum.
Tylko zapowiem, że zaczynamy. Szanowni Państwo, tak jak mówiłem przed wejściem do tej sali, zaczynamy już drugą część naszego forum. Mamy dwie sesje równoległe. Ta sesja...
From now on, let's start the afternoon session. And from this afternoon session, session 1, we will start session 1. The Poland and Japan relationship to be deepened. In order to do that as a strategic strategy, the development of seaport and airport and the railway and so on, these are the topics for this session.
There are some people coming in, but we shall start as we have a big clock in front of us to allow us to keep the time. So good afternoon. I'm very pleased to welcome you on our panel on the Poland's flagship infrastructure projects, the projects that not only shape the assets on the map, but also shape our capacity for growth, innovation, and international cooperation. Well, major projects succeed with three ingredients, which is the clear vision, committed financing, and proven technology. And today we have all three at the table. Let me introduce our panelists. I start as a first with Mr. Filip Czernicki, President of the Management Board of CPK, a lawyer and the project manager with a long experience in the aviation sector. Today he represents the largest infrastructure project in Poland, Central Communication Hub. And next we have Mr. Bartosz Bloch, Commercial Director at the Port of Gdańsk. With a background in law and quality management, he oversees commercial strategy at the fastest growing port on the Baltic Sea, which hosts also flagship Polish-Japanese cooperation projects. I'm also pleased to welcome Mr. Stanisław Roger, Chief Executive Officer of SMBC Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation and Deputy Head of the EMEA division of CMBC. He represents one of the world's largest banks already financing projects in Poland, from FSIU to offshore wind. Our next panelist is Dr. Engineer Dariusz Szmel, member of the Management Board of Kiosan Europe. He is a railway expert. He leads Kiosan's operation in Poland, where the company is implementing the first EU pilot of an electronic interlocking system with the Polish National Railway Manager. And finally, Professor Maciej Sokołowski, Associate Professor at the Faculty of Policy Management of Keio University, expert in the field of energy law, climate policy and energy transformation. Today he joins us also in his role at Polskie Elektrownie Jądrowe, developing the Poland's first nuclear power plant. And my name is Mirella Lechna-Marchewka. I'm a lawyer at Wadliński & Partners, advising on public procurement law and infrastructure projects in Poland, and I have the pleasure to moderate the discussion today. And looking at our lined up today, where we have airports, ports, railway, and nuclear, We are sure that this panel won't be short of power or connections. Let's go to the first round of the questions to our panelists to see where we are today and what we can have the view on the first-hand lessons. I would like to start with Mr. Czernicki. Well, CPK hardly needs introduction, as this is the largest currently project in Poland and probably is well known to everybody here in this room. It has recently moved from a vision to a phased delivery plan. It has defined scope, which is airport, rail hub, and intermodal, phasing and financing, and also packages for tenders for work services and systems. The great focus is put on the lifecycle costs and also reliability, safety standards, and cybersecurity. So with this in mind, please tell us what elements of this concept may be particularly attractive for the Japanese partners, both technologically and investment-wise.
Hello, everyone, and once again, thank you for inviting me into this panel. I have to say that it's a truly amazing project. It is a visionary project that will bring Poland to the 21st century with, first of all, filling up the gap of investments in airport, but also in high-speed rail. And this is going to be the first high-speed rail big construction in our part of the continent, in Eastern Central Europe. And we aim for 350 kilometers per hour. So that's what I mean under high-speed train. So the project consists of those two components: building a new hub airport. The first phase available for 34 up to 38 million passengers, the capacity of the terminal itself, with an easy extension up to 44 million passengers, but also with secured space for a third runway and further extensions of the terminal building and relevant infrastructure. So then we could accommodate even up to 60 million passengers per year or more. But in the same time, we are also starting the project of building a high-speed rail. The first part will be connecting 4 biggest cities in Poland, from the capital city of Warsaw, going through CPK, the hub airport, to Łódź, and then further on to Poznań, which is directing Berlin, and Wrocław, which is directing Prague. This will completely also change the transportation system in the heart of Europe, in the Central Eastern Europe part, where high-speed train will finally be a good and maybe the best option to travel, not only with very high speed and very efficient way, but also in an environmental friendly way of transport. And so where is the and our invitation to our Japanese partners relies mostly, I believe, in railway component. We have extensive relationships with Japanese high-speed rail producers and Japanese companies that are already interested in not only, of course, the rolling stock, which is also one of the goals and one of the tasks of our company, to set up a Rosco, which is a company that would buy rolling stock for our new rail infrastructure, but of course all the relevant technical and IT equipment for this infrastructure. This, as I said, will be the very first high-speed rail in our region. So we are very much looking forward to learn from those most experienced and those most safest high-speed rails that we know are here in Japan. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So that we can sum up that railways probably are the most natural fit with the CPK project and with Japanese know-how. Coming to Mr. Bloch from the Port of Gdańsk, we would like to mention about this public-private cooperation. The Polish market in a public-private partnership is still the most dynamic in the region, Central Eastern European region. And importantly, the Port of Gdańsk combines the experience of public-private cooperation and also experience with active cooperation with Japanese partners, including Mitsui Mall. Would you tell us, based on this, on other experiences, what the lessons we can take from cooperation with Japanese capital in Poland?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I wish to tell that I think that Japanese people understand best, because you are such great in the maritime market with your experience, with your innovative technology, that you understand that without the efficient connection to the global market, the economy cannot grow such fast as the Polish economy. That was discussed during the opening speeches today, yeah? That the Polish economy is growing so fast in the last few decades. And we believe that seaports, are main players in this field also. So we are happy, to be also a partner in this field to Japanese companies. As Ms. Mirella told, we have, of course, some energy sector which we cooperate. And in this moment, I wish to just stop for a while and tell you about two main efforts, two main factors of the development of the Port of Gdańsk. The first one was our idea to become independent in the energy sector. So we started to prepare to, let's say, cut off one day from the onshore pipeline system for the crude oil and for the gas supplying from Russia. Because as you are aware, by many, many years we were under the Russian influence, and that time, of course, most of the, let's say, crude oil and gas was coming from Russia. Luckily, we have an access to the sea, and right now we also supply by crude oil to refineries in Germany, not only 100% of the Polish, let's say, refinery market, and also we supply in the field of the gas supplying Ukraine, and we have, great chance to cooperate with the Mitsui Mall Corporation on the floating storage regasification unit project to become even a bigger hub. So it shows, that the seaport is a key player, just to give the independence, to prove that we can, not only should have to be a partner for the Polish economy, but also we can create a hub. And the second factor of our growth is the new infrastructure in Poland. And especially the new infrastructure is growing in the field of the Polish ports on the container market. And it means that we take our cargo from, let's say, other European ports to the Polish port. And the first phase was to, move logistic chains through Polish ports. And the second stage is, being a competitor in the field of supplying Ukraine, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. So in all these fields, we are in the close cooperation with Japanese partners, especially the Ocean Network Express, who is right now calling the Port of Gdańsk and trying, to develop this route. And the second field, not only the logistic but also the production, we have pleasure to accommodate in the port field the Baltic Towers. So that is the new factory of the offshore wind towers. And this is investment which has the financing from the Sumitomo Mitsui Bank and also the shareholder, I mean the partner for the Polish investment agency is also the Spanish company, GRI, which has 25% of shares, also Mitsui company. So it is only the confirmation that we are not only the gateway, but also the place for developing the business, also with the Japanese partners. So I think that it teaches us that we may create something through Port of Gdańsk, in Port of Gdańsk, and for sure with Japanese partners, because we proved together that our common development is very well known in this part of Europe and very profitable.
And you mentioned financing, so let's move to SMBC, which is already involved in financing Polish infrastructure that includes floating storage and regasification unit project and also Baltic Towers. As one of the biggest international banks operating worldwide, can you share us your experience in financing projects and corporates in Poland, at the Polish market?
Dzień dobry, dziękuję za zaproszenie. I don't know if I said it right, but I tried. Minasan ni konnichiwa, Sumitomo Ginko no Stanislas Roger to moshimasu, SMBC EU no CEO desu. Indeed, as a Japanese bank, and I represent today one of the major Japanese banks, for us, looking at the Polish market is part of a wider strategy around Europe. Namely, we are very keen as a big bank, to expand our franchise and support clients and projects.
ヨーロッパ全体に関してポーランドは非常に大きな市場だと思っています。ヨーロッパにとっても世界にとってもポーランドというのは非常に大きな
This is an area which we like also because there is stability politically and economically, and also solid institutions, which for us matter a lot when we, work as a regulated entity. So we are expanding. We've been, in infrastructure finance, namely for many years. Being awarded even 5 times over the past 7 years the title of Global Project Finance Global Bank of the Year. So that represents really a very large part of our business internationally. And as part of that, Poland, clearly for SMBC specifically, is a key element of our European strategy. We like very much, again, the stability offered by the country, the large pool of talents, that was largely talked about this morning as well. A growth pattern which is sound, which is outperforming even the rest of the European Union, with GDP on average at 3 to 4% per annum over the past few years. And we're also very satisfied as a foreign bank, in a sense, to see a country like Poland having overall good debt and fiscal discipline. And also the fact that the country is really fully integrated to very important systems or ecosystems such as NATO and the European Union, which we feel are very much factors of stability for the region. So overall for us, Poland represents a good place where to do business. We have been present in the country for quite many years, and we have a good track record, namely in infrastructure financing. We have been supporting quite a number of strategic projects, sometimes with the biggest, often state-controlled corporates and institutions in the country. Some of our clients, and again, this is publicly available information, are large corporates such as Orlen, PGE, Toron, KGHM, and quite a number of others, to whom we provide high-quality services very much around corporate and investment banking, which is our main activity internationally. We have been particularly supportive to energy transition in Poland. Of course, the economy has for many years been, or decades before, been relying largely on coal as a source of fuel and electricity production. But we have seen a program by the government, by the country, and many corporates and institutions towards energy transitions and towards renewables, namely, which has been very impressive, with a sizable investment plan, particularly in an area such as offshore wind in the Baltic Sea. We see that the country is aiming at least 6 gigawatt of capacity in 2030, which is obviously a very large growth pattern. And for us, this is very good to see that the government also put in place a number of legal framework, investment regimes, and elements to support that. And ourselves, we have been, in reality, the only Asian bank participating in all the offshore wind projects in Poland, which were financed as what we call limited recourse project financing, including various sponsors. So there are a few projects that I wanted to quote, for instance, where we have been present. One of them is Baltic Power, which is a 1.2 gigawatt offshore wind project with Orlen and Norland from overseas. This is going to be fully commissioned in 2026 at a total project cost of 4.5 billion euro. A second project, which has been an example of our intervention in Poland, has been PGE Baltica, which is similarly a 1.5 gigawatt offshore wind project. This time, this is with PGE and Ørsted from Denmark, again commissioned in 2027 at the end of the year, 27 at a very sizable project cost of 3 billion euro. And we have been one of the big financiers as well lending to this project. The third one has been Baltic 2 and 3, again an example of an offshore wind project, 1.44 gigawatt for this one. This is a joint venture between Polenergia and Equinor from Norway. And we have been obviously, again, a big party to the 3 billion euro financing, which is going to be commissioned in 2026. There is also another project which is of relevance to us and to, I believe, quite a number of parties even here today, which is Baltic Towers, which is a Polish offshore towers builder with the forces being joined between ARP, which is a state-owned industrial development agency, and GRI Renewables, which is a Spanish leader in this field with also some Japanese investment behind. So that's a bit of a smaller project amount-wise, but very relevant and very important for us. So those are just examples of projects where we have been involved in Poland, and we want to continue. There have been also other situations of relevance to us. We have, for instance, been behind, as was mentioned by Mirella, in the first FSRU project, 6.1 billion cubic meters. This is a floating storage unit led by Mitsui O.S.K. Lines, which is obviously very close to us as Sumitomo Mitsui Bank, and a leader in FSRU and in shipping at large. And they're obviously teaming up there with some other parties, namely TSO, gas system as a Polish state TSO. And the fact that there is JBIC as a financier is also very much relevant of Japanese involvement stepping up and rising in this project. So those are essentially around the energy sector that I was mentioning, examples of interventions. We have other interests and also areas of developments at the time, namely data centers. We view data centers as a very, very big business in terms of infrastructure finance across Europe, Poland, but in reality, the whole world. We do a lot of that kind of business also in other continents. And Warsaw is clearly emerging from our standpoint as a hub, as a key data center hub for the CEE region at large in Central and East Europe. And we have already been involved in 3 projects, data centers projects in the region in Poland, and we're looking at a couple more.
Well, thank you. That really shows the extensive experience on the Polish market. And we will come back to this on our round 3. But now I'd like to move to the business, Kiosan, which, part of providing this pilot system in Poland, marks Poland as a priority market in its infrastructure strategic plan, Kiosan Next Step 2028. So probably you can tell us what are the key success factors for infrastructure cooperation between Poland and Japan?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I'm really proud and honored to represent Kiosan. and tell a little bit about our experience in Poland. So we are a manufacturer of the railway safety systems, railway control systems, and started the operation in Poland in 2018. In 2020, we established a company, a local company, that manage all of our businesses in Poland so far. So ever since we, let's say, are present in Poland, we are in the constant conversation with our clients, so with the infrastructure managers. This is very important to, let's say, inform them, present them the solutions that we have, because they are not known in the Europe. So that was one of our key elements that we started. But let's say, based on our experience, to generalize some key factors why Kiosan select Poland as a country that they can develop the business, was to first stable financing. Yeah, that's obviously is very important. We have, for example, we started in 2018. We faced some problems in slowing down of the business in 2022 due to lack of the money for the market, not only for us but also for our partners. But let's say this already changed. So stable financing, stable legislations. Yeah, this is very important for companies that try to learn how the legislation works, and if there is some changes, this cause major issues. Stable requirements, not only on the technical level, but also on the contractual level, which in Poland is, we can say, quite on a very good level. And efficient approval process. Yeah? As you know, in the infrastructure projects, especially in the railway, the project to introduce some new product or new solution takes a lot of time. Yeah? We have to prepare for the approval process. That is quite extensive. We are quite successful in this area because we are introduced already 4 products, we can say, in the railway network in Poland, mainly in the PLK network. So some of the products were not present in Poland before. I mean, this type of product was never used. So this was the first implementation of such product in Poland, even in Europe. So that was quite interesting and challenging project. But we managed it in a very efficient time, you know, taking into consideration the whole approval process that we have to go through. You know. I think one also very important factor is that for Kiosan to make this decision, well, not regarding the Poland, but general the Europe, was signing of the economic partnership agreement in 2019, which definitely fosters some of the processes like references, use of references from the country of origin. Yeah? So it's, of course, works both ways for the Europe and for Japan companies. But I think that is one of the major must-have, let's say, situation from the companies if they want to start in public procurement projects. Yeah? So that was very important for us. Of course, EPA, so this agreement do not remove the process of the approval, yeah, but can be based for some, let's say, simplification of this process. Now, this is some, let's say, works that can be done in the future. We also managed to get some synergy between let's say, what we are doing in Japan, in Poland. So, of course, one of this very important point is to manage the know-how transfer of the technology, services, but also engineering support. And this was because services, obvious, it could be managed by either company, whatever you do. You have to build some service center if you are doing in the railway business. So this is what we have done. But also we managed to introduce engineering support and engineering synergy between, let's say, Japan and Poland. We built actually the team of the engineers that working together. So that's, of course, one point. And the other, what is very important for Japanese companies and for Kyosan as well, is to, let's say, bring the safety culture and reliability and the availability for the product. So this was something that we did from the very, very beginning. And this kind of, let's say, things was really good pursued by the customers when we, let's say, present our approach, our processes. So in the end, that was very valuable for us. And having these two factors, so the know-how transfer of technology and safety culture approach, we build this kind of things that I think beneficial both Japanese companies like Kyosan, where we have, let's say, we can say gateway or gate to the Europe, yeah, together with some local Polish company. And we strengthen the local Polish company and role of Poland in the region. Yeah, I think that was very important and works both ways.
So that looks like there's a real synergy between Poland's development needs and Japan's technological strengths. Let's move on to nuclear now. Professor, the program in Japan is at a very different stage than in Poland, and also Poland is moving ahead, but with the American technology AP1000. At the same time, Poland has signed MOUs with Japan, and there is a lot of points of contact in the supply chains. So can you tell us, where do you see segments or moments of the project that Japanese companies can realistically join in delivery of the Polish nuclear power project?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much for this very interesting questions. First and foremost, 皆さんこんにちは。私はSokorowskiです。慶応大学研究者。
Thank you very much.
That's, or maybe in Kabuki theater, different masks. So today I wear a mask of a person being related to the Polish nuclear program. And yes, Poland and Japan, we have a history of relations when it comes to nuclear power. Although Poland operates only a research reactor close to Warsaw, it's a small-scale reactor, we have been thinking about building a bigger installation since late 60s or early 70s, depends how you count. We had a project in the northern Poland, in Żarnowiec. It was Russian or Soviet technology at that time, but precise water reactor that eventually wasn't finished. Then we returned to this bigger program, and now we are in cooperation with American partners building almost 4 gigawatts of power in 3 blocks using the AP1000 technology. A reference installation for this project is Vogtle power plant, nuclear power plant in United States of America. This technology has been operated. That's why we have some experience that we can use. But as I said, the experience of using nuclear power in Japan has a very long history. This history is, of course, related to the great development of Japan, making huge improvements within the structure of the economy of Japan, enabling creating an industrial capacity to produce. A lot of these Japanese investments and developments have been mentioned during previous sessions. Of course, we have also a great disaster, so Tohoku, tsunami and earthquake, that has its own consequences. And these consequences have been observed by the world. And Poland itself, we appreciate and respect how the Japan handled with this disaster and how the program was continued in the way it has been operated in Japan. So Japan offers world a lesson how to recover after such a great disaster and use this technology in the very secure way. Right now, Japan operates a dozen of its reactors using the highest standards. And these lessons are also observed by Poland and our administration. The cooperation between Polish administration and Japan has its working contacts. There are different delegations at different levels that are visiting Japanese installations and discussing these important lessons that were offered by Fukushima, but not only. what we observe is also the discussion about how we can create a local content, so how Poland can build its own nuclear capacity in the way Japan managed to do so, by creating different network of companies that are focused on utilizing nuclear power in the secure way and being an added value to the economy of Japan. It's a very interesting lesson that was offered by Japan, and Poland observed it with widely open eyes. But as I mentioned, we have also a technical cooperation at the lower level, but we have also the strategic cooperation with the MOU signed by our former Ministry of Industry, and now the continuation of this work is done by the Ministry of Energy. So these contacts are very close. Of course, we have selected in this installation, in this facility, the northern zone, close to the former site that we tried to utilize for our first phase of the program. We have selected the US technology. We are talking about second site as Poland, not the company itself. But as I mentioned, this experience offered by Japan is very important in this way, that we can use this lessons learned, and we are very keen to observe it in the future. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And talking about the future, for the next round, I would like to cover with our panelists the topic of the upcoming tenders and upcoming investments. Starting again with CPK, which tenders pipeline for 2026 exceed $10 billion US. And obviously this money will have to be spent through the public procurement framework. How do you plan, Mr. Chairman, to run the public procurement procedures so they are clear for foreign contractors and still protecting Poland's strategic interests?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we are. We have billions to spend, so I think it's a good message for all the potential contractors and investors. We have, and that was my personal also goal and ambition to have this pipeline of tenders being presented and being widely shown to the public. So early this year we have presented the list of tenders that we're gonna proceed with this year, and only a couple of weeks ago we showed also the whole pipeline for the upcoming almost 3 years. So for those interested, I welcome everyone to just to have a look at our webpage, cpk.pl, where you can find also in English all the public tenders that will be announced also one by one with the scope and with the projected figures of expenditures. So we are most of all trying to encourage Polish companies to bid, but we also are open for possible bidders from Japan as well. We, according to the European Court, we are resolution. We are excluding those countries that didn't sign agreement with European Union, following European public procurement standards and public public aid standards. So as Japan is one of those also who are invited, we welcome everyone to look at it. And as mentioned, next year we are going to announce around 11 billion plus dollars contracts. This year there will be still 3 big announcements. Two on high-speed rail construction, starting from Warsaw towards west. Each $1.5 up to $2 billion worth. So there is a lot of money on the table. And I hope we're going to have very good bidders and very good offers.
But from your experience, what would be the first thing a Japanese bidder will have to do before joining the tender procedure in Poland?
I encourage, first of all, just to have a look closer at our market. I mean, we are probably now the biggest chance for you to enter EU market with also such transformation kind of investments. So I think it's good to use the help of Polish Investment Agency, and that what I would definitely recommend is to partner with Polish companies that have the knowledge and experience of Polish construction.
So the Polish package. I was hoping to hear that the Polish lawyer would be critical, but okay.
I'm not going to advertise our jobs, so I'm a lawyer as well.
Okay, Mr. Bloch, again, when we look ahead for future tenders and investments, can you tell us about the development funds? How do they contribute to building trust and credibility in international partnerships?
You know, when we take a look at the Port of Gdańsk, we have the great example of, growing economy, because right now we are, let's say, developed economy as a Polish nation, as a Polish country. But let's say 20, 25 years ago, we were looking for some development funds from abroad because we had a vision. Yeah? Our vision was to create the deep water container port. Of course, our colleagues from the northern seaports, I mean the main ports for the Polish container market by many, many years, they were claiming that it doesn't make sense. It's not going to happen. Yeah? So we were happy, to meet investors. The biggest one was the Australian Investment Fund, who actually created the container terminal in the Port of Gdańsk. At present, this container terminal is the largest container terminal in this region, yeah. And as I told in the first question, we became a partner. Logistic partner to other countries, not only let's say, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Ukraine, Hungary, but also we are the transshipment hub for Sweden, Finland, all Baltic countries. Yeah, so it started with the investment fund from abroad. However, we became so big that it is very good from our perspective that the shareholder of the container terminal located in the Port of Gdańsk is the Polish Development Fund, so state-owned fund, because I think that we all can understand that right now when we compete, with other countries, we compete in this logistic field, we have to also create something with the local investment fund, just to make sure that we have not only short profit, intents, but also we look for some long perspective development, the helicopter view. How big is the impact for the whole economy? I mean, the development of the port brings us to the budget of Poland, about 6 up to 7% only from the taxes on the border from the cargo which is coming through our port to Poland, but also we earn money on supplying our neighbors. So that is also something what Mr. Roger told, that they support the energy transition, and the energy transition is such expensive and long-term project in general, that we also need some development funds, to create something what is such important and such big in the scale of the economy. So we are happy, you know, to tell right now that we have full support of our government. You know, right now everybody in Warsaw understands how important it is to create the infrastructure, how important it is to build oversized. I can tell that we have to build oversized seaport terminals just to answer to geopolitical, macroeconomical changes.
Yes, this really is looking ahead for the future. If we can move to the next panelist.
Of course.
Taking these opportunities and funding, please tell us how a Japanese contractor can prepare to take part in a Polish tender.
Yeah. So, well, first of all, you need to understand that, which I think for the company that has experience, that understand this, that infrastructure projects are long-term projects. Yeah? It's not only about getting the approval, not only about tender process, and then the project execution, then you have the guarantee, and then you have 20 years of the service of the system, and even more. That is something that is really important to prepare for this kind of investment. But before you start, you should do what also Mr. Czernicki mentioned, the thorough analysis of the technical legislation areas, logistic, which is also, it could be, you can find some surprises when you bring some products from Japan to Poland. So this kind of things has to be analyzed, and organizational things. Yeah. So first, what we have we try to find the right resources for our local resources. I mean, of course, for our projects, and that was the success factor. And this is what, let's say, any company that wants to, let's say, participate in some contract has to foresee in their strategy. So this is one of the very important factor. For example, we also, and this is also important, and this is what CPK did very good. I mean, it's not usual in the railway projects that we have in Poland, is to prepare the dialogue with the suppliers. And this dialogue with the suppliers, we participate in it for 3 years already. So at the very beginning, it was called market consultation, which was very open for every company that was interested in our area. And now it's the investment forum, which is really, I think, efficient and gives you the platform to express your idea. And our goal during this meetings is to present and promote our solutions, because we have experience also in high-speed railway lines for the Shinkansen, so products that we deliver for more than 60 years. So this kind of experience we would like to share. And I think any other company that wants to do it should participate in this kind of dialogue. Yeah. So this is, I think, this is the very important thing to do. And also, what I said briefly on the very beginning is to have the possibility to demonstrate the product. What we have done this year, actually, we built a laboratory in Warsaw where we can demonstrate the actually product that works, let's say, in Japan, but you can see in laboratory how it works also for the high-speed railway lines. So this is very, very recent activity that we have done, but this for people, for the customer that is not able to see that products in reality is I think, very important.
Yes, you mentioned these novelties. And we have very little time, and still 2 questions to go through. So very quickly, Mr. The professor, we talk about public procurement. And in Poland, when we talk about public procurement now, it is very much linked to the local content. Can you tell us how it is dealt here in Japan?
We have a limited time, but the mic didn't work. Happens. So, Japanese people buy Japanese products, according to my knowledge. It's very popular here from almost everything. Of course, we live in global times. Markets are global. So, still, we rely on different suppliers. But if we take a look at the Japanese energy transition, yeah, even when it comes to offshore, for instance, yeah, Japanese companies want to build this sector from scratch. That's super important. That's something that links Poland too. Of course, then we can ask ourselves, where's the space for foreign investment and so on. But as I said, still we rely on these different solutions and the different investments and this cooperation. Local content means also cooperation of people, not only company to company, also people. We are looking for smart people, even engineers, to support project in Poland. In the company, PGA, we have people with experience in Japan working for such a companies like TEPCO, for instance. That's also very important. Apart from the companies, the universities and research academias, research institutions. In Japan, there's around 1,000 plus different research institutions. We talk about Kaizen, but there are also Japanese inventions. There's a huge field for this type of cooperation between industry, between academia, between companies. And it's also a factor that then gives extra capacities when it comes to local content, because at the end of the day, these people will create something locally where these establishments are based. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Roger, I would like to ask you about the trends, financing trends of the infrastructure projects for the next time, which is the turbulent time, and also the turbulent markets.
Yeah, thank you. I think the very sheer size of the investments needed in Poland, I mean, for infrastructure investment in the future, is really, in a sense, an issue, but it's also really an opportunity. And I think the role that Poland plays, and increasingly so, I mean, in the defense sector, with all the build-up of defense capacities that we need within the European Union, and in Poland in particular to build, I mean, that will add even more of the investment requirements, capital expenditure requirements for the future. I mean, it's not only the Draghi report, which shows that we need 800 billion euro of investment into energy, into infrastructure, into digital equipment over the next 5 years in the EU region, but there will be even more than that, and obviously a big part of that will be in Poland. Poland, in a sense, will offer a lot of opportunities. There is obviously a need to find all the necessary capital for that to happen. We are happy to see that there are government sources and EU sources of funding which are already there. For instance, the European Recovery and Resilience funds that exist for Poland have not yet been fully disbursed. I think there are probably still around 39-40 billion euro of funds which are available, which is around 4% of the Polish GDP, so that's a very good source. We can certainly see some more funding also coming from multilateral institutions such as the European Investment Bank or the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And all those things will be added to what obviously the private capital could offer to the market. We see, for instance, a real need maybe to diversify the funding sources for Poland. We are very keen ourselves to continue from Japan to provide long-term capital for all the different developments that are needed here. We have seen, for instance, recently a number of new financings being sourced from Japan. I mean, samurai loans, samurai bonds for a number of Polish investors. I mean, the Ministry of Finance of Poland has, for instance, raised last year 96 billion yen of funding, I mean, through the samurai route, which we feel is extremely relevant and important for the future. So all those different sources of diversified funding will be extremely key and important for the country just to be able to cope with that.
Thank you. I regret I have to close now, but when we have a Polish airport, port, railway, and nuclear in one conversation, that really means that Poland is accelerating. And if anyone of you coming here had doubts if Poland and Japan had much to say to each other in infrastructure, I believe we made this quite clear that is opposite. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists for this discussion today.
Bardzo dziękujemy, a teraz czas na kolejny panel i nie będzie żadnej przerwy, więc proszę pozostać. Kolejny panel będzie dotyczył zielonej transformacji tutaj na tej sali. Tylko poczekamy, aż paneliści nam pozwolą zejść i Temat mi osobiście bardzo bliski, więc zachęcam do udziału. Zielona transformacja, inteligentne miasta, rola sektora energetycznego w kształtowaniu przyszłości miast oraz realizacji zobowiązań związanych z ESG, eksperci z Polski, z Japonii i zapraszam panią Joannę Zdanowską, zastępcę dyrektora Departamentu Strategii Odporności Klimatycznej w Ministerstwie Klimatu i Środowiska, pana Szymona Kowalskiego, wiceprezesa Polskiego Stowarzyszenia Energetycznego.
I'd like to introduce panelists. Joanna Zdanosovka, Deputy Director of Department of Strategy, Climate Resilience. Mr. Szymon Kowalski, Deputy President of the Polish Wind Energy Association. Mr. Martin Bittner, SSW Law Firm, and Mr. Maciej Siak, Regional Development Agency in Korea. Krzysztof Juralski, President of PESA. Mr. Naohiko Yokoshima, President of NEDO, New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization. And Mr. Andrzej Szarek, Senior Expert of New Technology, the Toyota Central Europe. And the moderator is Mr. Jacek Kozikowski and Partner Law Firm.
I think we'll wait another minute and then start the panel. Szanowni Państwo, myślę, że zaczniemy. Może w międzyczasie ostatni z panelistów dołączy do naszej grupy. Bardzo miło mi Państwa powitać na...
Hello, everyone. We'd like to talk about green transformation and smart cities, energy as a foundation of policy sustainable development. Thank you very much for joining this session. In the previous session, there was a tour of the environment learning between Japan and Poland previously. Previously, I joined it and I came to Japan. Back then, when Poland started interacting with Japan, Poland relied on coal for 80% of the energy, but that portion is now reducing dramatically. Visibly, Poland is transition to green economy. Talking about green economy transition, it's not just getting away from coal, increasing wind power. It's not like that only. We need to have a drastic change in the Polish economy itself. Even now, this transformation is happening. Every day, there is a progress for the transformation. Poland has resources and fund. How we can use it effectively and efficiently to accelerate transition to green economy. Now I'd like to hear from the perspective of the environmental agency or ministry. What are the challenges we are facing right now? Thank you very much for inviting me to this session. I'm very honored to be able to speak here. About energy transition, we are in charge of that at Environment Ministry, and we have our own perspective. First of all, there is a subsidy from EU and support from EU, and this needs to be expanded further. In terms of the support, renewable energy is the mainstay. Here, we focus on household energy. Power generation at home is now encouraged as a system. 20 years ago, that didn't happen at all. But now, the solar panel is installed in various houses. And also, grid transformation is one of the challenges. In order to create a green economy, we need to have the appropriate grid system. EU has a target that is the decarbonization. That is one of the targets by EU. We used to use 80 or 90% of the energy as coal, but that proportion has reduced. And also CO2 emission reduction is another target and challenge we are facing.
However, along with decarbonization, to reduce the burden on the household, so we promote the electrification to provide the necessary power. So after the intrusion of Russia into the Ukraine, so we really noticing this approach was happening after the Russia's invasion attack in Ukraine. Especially the impact from this is very obvious in the post-mine area, the southwest area of the Poland. In those areas, a lot of the old mining area were widely spread. So EU equipment are deployed in those areas in order to ensure the fair development of the area. We want to ensure the older Polish people to be a beneficiary of the green energy, green transition. So even after closing the mining, those post-mining area, what kind of new industries have to be emerged or developed? This is our focus. And up until now, Poland has been importing the technology from other countries. However, from now on, not just relying on the import, but also we'd like to create new technology together with other technology.
それではネドです。横島さんにお話ししていただきたいと思います。エネルギーのこの以降ですね、日本でどういうふうにこのセクターのこの海外支援をこの支援されているんでしょうか。ネド、そしてこの新エネルギー産業技術総合開発機構と申しますネドをお招きいただいてありがとうございます。プロジェクト、いろいろなプロジェクト進んでおります。そのプライベートのそのプロジェクトや開発をこの補助金という形で支援しておりまして、この2000ぐらいですね、だいたいこれぐらいユーロ額にして大きい額をですね、補助金として出しております。そして
commercialization of advanced technologies rather than basic research. Most of the contribution goes to large firms, while we support university, research institutes, and startups. Should I go for the European project we are conducting now, or should I stop here?
I think we'll follow up on that. From my guts tell me that Yokoshima-san and NEDO will be the right address for any Polish energy company in the room. So we'll come back to that. But now let's switch to the perspective of the business. We have a representative of Toyota. Mamy przedstawiciela firmy Toyota w Polsce. Z Pana perspektywy, Toyota jest znana głównie jako firma motoryzacyjna, ale z drugiej strony jest istotnym elementem.
Toyota Central Europe. On behalf of this Toyota Central Europe, I'd like to give you the remarks. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me today. And Toyota Motor, the business philosophy, we always focus on the diversified business, which we call the multi-pathway business. So various technologies are being developed at the same time. I think this is very important approach. That means that we just do not focus only one technology. Society is evolving in a diversified way, like a mosaic. So therefore, not just a complete autonomous electric vehicle, but also we'd like to introduce the fuel cell and hybrid vehicles as well. Those are being developed at the same time. And also hydrogen fuel vehicle is also being developed. And why we are doing this? Because various kind of energy, there are many types of energy emerging in countries all around the world. Depend on the region and the country in the world, the demands are different. So we'd like to suit our service that is well suited to fit in each demand and region. That is our philosophy. And also sustainability, sustainable development, and sustainable economic development for our company. Of course, reducing emission is important, but it's not just like that. So we want to provide the vehicle that everybody can buy, even if we develop and produce the excellent vehicles. If nobody can buy that, and if it is not affordable to everybody, I think it doesn't work. So total zero emission vehicle, for example, this is very wonderful and excellent technology. However, the infrastructure underpinning this perfect, excellent technology are not well developed. It will take more time. So we, Toyota, are not just in pursuit of the innovation or transformation. However, we believe that the day-to-day Kaizen improvement and the work and commitment will transform the society. That is our belief. And in Poland, we are running a business in Poland, and the Polish government give us the good support, and they very much encourage us. They embrace our approach, so we don't try to the sudden or abstract innovation. But the Polish government also support the other approach, such as low emission vehicles technology and the development introduction as well. I think that is very important point. And the vehicles that we are developing light at this moment, of course, the vehicles produce emission. However, the CO2 and the nitrogen, the amount of emission is substantially low. For example, so we want to make our new technology to be feasible and available for many people all around the world. I think this is a very important concept, we think. So Toyota, you mentioned that you made application of the hydrogen technology into the locomotive technology. I'd like to hear from you. PESA. Several years ago, PESA, our company, was a very small-scale local company. And the low-emission vehicle or zero-emission vehicle was a focus area that we have been doing. And now in the automotive space, the low-emission vehicle is a mainstream. However, on the other hand, in the locomotive field, the situation are different. PESA now the train vehicles are run by electricity. But if we do not rely on the electricity, we have to rely on the diesel. We have to use diesel. And the public transportation, the train is very important as part of the public transportation. If we can realize the zero emission vehicles in this field, train vehicle in this field, that would be very excellent.
But hydrogen is quite expensive even now. That's a big challenge. The supply of hydrogen is not in time and in full. We have the technology for locomotive, but there is a challenge for hydrogen. At Alberta in Canada, there is a transition to hydrogen in a quick way. That is an advanced area. In Poland, we have experiments ongoing. But at PESA, to commercialize it, price of hydrogen needs to be reduced. So needs of the passengers, supply of hydrogen, both are the big challenge for us. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Maciej Sitek, the president of the local agency of KONI. There is the transformation to hydrogen. KONI is known as a mining region, but what is the current initiatives? Thank you for your question. Thank you for your question. KONI is situated in the center of Poland. The population is about 300,000. Over several years, KONI is now shifting to hydrogen economy, although it's the local scale. In the previous discussion, someone said that money is required for transformation. That's true. With big investment, we need to prove that it's valuable to make a transformation to the green economy. We like to prove the value of the green economy as a futuristic city. 2030 target for emission reduction is 33% reduction. And introduction of renewable energy to be increased by 40%. Those are our targets. To have a transformation, we need specific targets and goals. And towards that target and goals, we need to have a fund secured. We used to have mines in the southern part of Poland and the southern and the western part, and also the central part, like KONI. There are some common issues. By setting up the target and injecting money there, then spreading renewable energy for family use or household use as well. For example, in KONI, we are proud that the most advanced hydrogen technology. Also, the nuclear power area We like to invite nuclear power plant as well in Konin. For private sectors and for household use, we are encouraging using renewable energies. Transition to green economy requires use of renewable energy, so the power should be generated using renewable energy. Currently in Poland, we have 30% of the energy mix as renewable energy. So I think this is a great progress. How do you recognize it? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. This is a very significant forum. 30% of energy sourced by renewable energy, that is a great advancement. But if this number exceeds 50 or more than 50%, then we are more than happy. So we still shouldn't lower our goal. Why? Because remaining 70% is still relying on coal. In a sense, 30% is a success as well as a failure. There are three energy sources: renewable energies, gas, and nuclear power. These could replace coal. 30% versus 70%. That means that there is room for improvement. Therefore, we like to increase the level from 30% to 50%, and of course, ideally to 100% in the future. So I like to ask Japanese companies to contribute to us in terms of technology provision. The large-scale wind power generation is one of the areas where we like to have investment. Of course, we like to be win-win relationship. Unfortunately, in the past, our support system was not good enough, so we had a very slow growth in the past. But currently, our system is getting better. And the capacity for wind power generation is now getting bigger. 36 gigawatt capacity. In Baltic Sea, the offshore power generation scale is becoming larger. 7 gigawatt level capacity has been already achieved. 18 gigawatt level is not a dream. We can aim for that. Theoretically, 38 gigawatt level can be achievable. At this moment, 11 gigawatt. Therefore, there is room for growth. So time is running out. We'd like to continue our discussions further, but after this panel discussion, we hope that there is opportunity for every one of you to talk to our panelists.
Very well, probably the best in his room, that the regulation has an ability to kill or to promote. What is your perspective on the regulatory framework in Poland in terms of renewables and the overall energy transformation?
Thank you so much, Jacek, and for the kind intro. Thank you so much for being here, for letting me be here. Thank you for having me. I think, yeah, in a nutshell, the regulatory landscape in Poland works surprisingly well. There are obviously things that could be improved, and we'll get onto that, I think, in the later bit of the session. But we've unfrozen the onshore issues in terms of regulatory. Offshore, Poland, I think, is probably best in class at the moment. The Baltic Power Project, which gentleman from SMBC referred to earlier, one, I think, the most bankable project in Europe. It is the Polish support system for offshore wind is absolutely fantastic when it comes to investment protection. Curtailment risk is dealt with, and even currency risk is dealt with. And I think the statistics speak for themselves. You know, Poland's gone from essentially single-digit renewable power production just over a decade ago to now 30–40%. In June, it was 44%. It overtook coal for the first time. So overall, it works. There's been tremendous growth, as we all know now. But it's a varied picture. Offshore wind works great. Hydrogen, battery energy storage systems. I think there's some questions around regulation which can be improved. Obviously, nuclear is a big work in progress. But smart meter rollout, for instance, in Poland has gone from, it's something that isn't really reported that much, but it's now reached 6 million users as about 25–30% of households, and it's projected to reach 80% by 2030. So those numbers speak for themselves, and Poland has legislated for and codified the targets in the National Energy Climate Plan and the energy policy, and the government runs a competitive renewable energy auctions, and we'll see this December how in particular that will go with regards to offshore wind, but overall the system works. That's not to say that permitting is easy. It's lengthy. Grid capacity and grid access is opaque. I think that's, putting it mildly. The bottlenecks when it comes to grid access, and there is regulatory fragmentation, which can be, which can be improved. But overall, it works. And I think having worked with Japanese investors for a long time, I spent 2 years at Sumitomo Corporation working on energy projects and infrastructure projects across Europe and the Middle East. I think the one thing I would say about Poland is that it does take an investment to really understand the local market, and that investment will pay off in the long run, but it is sort of a bit of a sunk cost at the beginning. But it does require patient engagement at the beginning. Now, in terms of the actual, have I got time to continue?
We'll follow up on the second one.
Yeah, so I just want to say a couple of things about CCGT. So I think one of the greatest opportunities, I think, in the Polish market that people are not talking about as much as they should, I think, is the opportunity around the heat market and the changes connected to that. I think a few people know that 52% of households in Poland are connected to system heat and take system heat of the system, the network. The majority of that heat is produced by coal. We're talking about an investment around 100 billion euros just to replace the heat boilers and the generators around the heat system over the next couple of decades. That's 7 million tanks, 7 million buffer tanks. So the opportunity around CCGTs and CHP plants, possibly with cogeneration, with hydrogen cogeneration, are immense. And they follow a path that Japan has experience with domestically. So it should be a huge and very interesting opportunity for Japanese corporates, I think. And also, and lastly, I would just want to say about hydrogen, because Poland is at a natural disadvantage when it comes to the actual production costs of hydrogen in Europe compared with sunnier places. Green hydrogen, I should say. There is, of course, scope for hydrogen imports and trading, which I think could be a very interesting opportunity for Japanese corporates.
Dziękuję, Martin. W tej pierwszej części, Szanowni Państwo, zależało nam na tym, żeby zarysować pewien obraz.
So then, thank you very much. We panelists will kindly give us their perspective on their ground. And from here, we'd like to explore how the Japanese corporation can explore the opportunity. And on behalf of the Toyota Motor Corporation, first, how the Japanese technology can be utilized, fully utilized in your field. Could you give us your comment? Myself, I'd like to emphasize one point, not just the technology, but the trustworthy relationship is very important. That's the key. And for Japanese participant, when planning something, the Japanese people take a long-term approach and are very cautious. And in Polish factories, running more than 20 years old, Japanese company and people take a very long-term approach, spanning the long year, when in terms of the business. So human-to-human relationship is very, very important. And then how, looking into the future, how Poland can create the environment where we can embrace the investment and welcome the investment from Japan, what we should do in Poland. And to create a good environment where people can easily visit each other back and forth. So it's always a new generation that take a new technology. So we should have the long-term view and approach in order to develop the excellent talent. So in order for Japanese companies doing investment in a secure manner with a peace of mind, the Poland have to develop the environment and a good environment for that investment. And we talked a lot about the hydrogen technology, and Toyota have been involved in the development of the hydrogen technology. And now, Rain company, and which is a Polish large-scale oil company. So Toyota have a close tie-up with this Rain company. Now, so in EU region, we can say that Poland has a very good level of investment environment. And then from the perspective of the Ministry of Environment, I'd like to have your thought. And what do you expect to the Japanese corporation? Probably ratio of the local procurement, that would be very important, I think. I think that is very important. And when we look into the society, that there are some people who can embrace the change, but others reject to accept that change. So it is very important to have the understanding and acceptance of the people in the society about the investment from the overseas companies. So the key here is to get the understanding from the local people. That is a very important point to attract the foreign investment. We have the Green Apple, that is our program name.
Działa w dwie.
In the contest, some companies are selected to build a supply chain. That means it's not that each individual company go enter some market. There is a supply chain on the whole to be introduced. That's the idea. Local procurement is a pretty sensitive issue.
Sales, right? Whereas now we see the growing pressure from countries for whom the energy transition is also supposed to become part of their economical growth, that you indeed include the local content, therefore share to some degree the portion of your project, the portion of your know-how, or transfer some part of your solution to the local players. How does it look from NEDO? I know that you have been working on multiple models for cooperation with local players like in Poland.
Thank you. This is a precious experience showered by Polish language. By the way, we put a great importance on the project overseas. And I would like to stress that for overseas projects, the participation of local companies is essentially indispensable, because demonstration and commercialization cannot be achieved without embracing the local business environment and regulations. In general, direct recipients of NEDO's funding are Japanese entities, yet it is possible that those Japanese entities entrust or outsource part of the project. So we welcome the variety form of collaboration. Of course, it is possible to co-fund international projects by the Japanese government and the Polish government, but other type of funding is possible. So our attitude is that we welcome any type of proposal from either Japanese firms or Polish firms, and we will consult what we could do for them.
Thank you, Yokoshima-san. And I have one question to Martin, because Martin, you have a tremendous experience in projects that were happening in other jurisdictions, especially in the United Kingdom, which is quite successful in securing local content in their projects, but also in promoting their domestic entrepreneurship within the value chain, including in the energy and infrastructure. What experiences from those projects you think we could bring into the Polish energy transformation?
That's a good question. I think the experience of the UK is probably can quite easily be distinguished from Poland, just because it has a slightly different sort of access to the value chain, and because of the history around. I'm thinking offshore wind now, but specifically with regard to offshore wind, there is a lot of know-how and legacy business in the North Sea around oil and gas, and there is a vast pool of engineering know-how and experience around the oil and gas industry, which the UK has drawn on for decades now, and has slowly moved over into that space. And I think the UK has been, because the UK was essentially the first big industrialized country, I'm not counting Denmark here, but the first major industrialized country to really push the new green economy, the UK has been able to cut some very good deals, and that wasn't even forced necessarily by the government as much as businesses, just sought to relocate and build capacity there in the north of England, for instance.
So was deregulation of the sector one of the solutions in the UK?
I mean, yeah, but probably also deregulation important. Yeah, I mean, the UK is pretty laissez-faire, and because it had a head start, it was able to trial and trial different things, and in fact, the regimes that we live with across Europe, despite the fact that the UK is no longer part of the European Union. The CFD that we have in Poland, those support mechanisms, they really all come from the UK. So a lot of that stuff, I mean, I'm definitely no expert in local content, but I suspect a lot of those mechanisms were basically trialed first in the UK, so they have the benefit of time, essentially.
Thank you, Martin. Teraz chciałem się zwrócić do pana prezesa Kowalskiego, bo wybrzmiało mocno w pierwszym.
Specifically, how Japanese company can play a role in Poland to accelerate the green economy. What can be done by Japanese companies? What do you think? Currently, renewable energies are diversified. The surplus electricity, how it can be stored, that is one of the challenges. That technology is in NEDO and also Japanese companies. So we have developed storage technology thanks to the Japanese experience. The burden of the electricity should be balanced. In that area, we hope that the Japanese companies will play a role further. Of course, the grid system itself is very important. How we can have the grid connection of renewable energy. Investment in that area is something Japanese companies can contribute. If they have such technologies, we really hope that Japan will enter the Polish market. Of course, wind power generation is now promoted, but we also have biogas, solar power. Other sources of energies are to be introduced further, and the capacity will be expanded according to our plan. If there is any technology to quickly introduce those new energies, that is very much appreciated. For energy storage, the supply is not good enough yet. As I said earlier, gigawatt level introduction of renewable energy will be introduced. In line with that, infrastructure for storage of energy need to be in place. In that sense, we need to have a good supply of the storage infrastructure. So your participation or entry will be very much appreciated. In a sense, complete technology is developed by PESA. How PESA can be involved in the Japanese market? Our sector is pretty much unique. We have a small amount production compared to automobile. Production quantity is limited, and also it is labor intensive to manufacture our products. The final customers and producers or manufacturers, those need to be connected. So we like to have integrators. And if we can join that kind of network, then local expansion will be made possible. Of course, the price is still high currently, but I hope that there is a long-standing technology that can be used for quite a long time. And I really hope that the PESA's technology could be introduced to Japan. For instance, maintenance and other basic areas are procured partially, but the partial procurement portion is still limited.
Why? This is a technology that cannot allow the partial procurement. And in the IT software perspective, the partial procurement is possible, might be possible. For example, Ukraine, when delivering the train locomotive into the Ukraine market, the partial procurement requirement is a little bit rigorous. So I think it is a matter of course we have to accept such a more rigorous requirement, and with that requirement, we made an effort to meet that requirement. So local labor, with a collaboration with our company, would like to develop the talent in a local market. And this is not mentioned before. For example, in Japan, I think from the Poland perspective, Japan is a country that is a little bit too far for us. However, the countries in the Balkan Peninsula, it's very close from Poland. And if the development facility are well improved in those areas, if those development facilities can be refined, I think we can deliver our product and system to them in a beneficial manner. So maybe one way to collaborate with a Japanese company is to explore the third-party countries, not just Poland. And based on the Koni's experience, your experience in a Koni region, and thanks to Japanese corporations' effort, did you see any acceleration of the green transition thanks to the Japanese corporation? I think that's a very good question. Thank you. And the Japanese strength is the management of the process. Process management is a strength for Japanese company. For example, as moderator said that the moderator are keeping up the very good rule that give 3 minutes for each panelist's remark. I think this kind of the following the rule, custom practice is a very common thing, widely seen in Japan. I think this should be respected by our Polish people. And not just the technology, but when we think of the Japan, the ramen or other element in the soft power is very attractive for us, not just the technology. So how we can nurture a soft power kind of thing. So our dream is to roll out ramen, new style of ramen, Jurek ramen. So there are some restaurants in Tokyo, you can eat Jurek. Ani Murumuru is the name of the shop. Now, Poland's green energy transition is well developed and progressed. However, there are many things that we have to do, and this is an area that the Japanese corporation can play a big role. I hope you understand this point. And the Polish technology combined with the Japanese know-how will be sold to the other country, the third country. This is a very significant learning from this discussion. Thank you very much. And we prepare a lot of report, Polish investment guideline. We prepared this guideline for each industry and sector, how to enter this market. The detailed information is written here, so please scan this QR code and download this report. Thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. Sorry to step in your conversation, but now is the time to close. We have to keep up with the schedule. And then let us move to the final session, session 5. And the final, I said, however, this forum will continue after session 5. The theme of session 5 is semiconductor, the artificial intelligence development as well. This session will focus on the advanced technology as a whole. And then we'd like to welcome the panelists of the next session. Please come to the podium and take a seat. And Piotr Semuchak, WPA Electric, East Asia, Penestrokopi, Semi-Europe, Middle East, and the senior manager. And Mr. Watanabe, Kiyoshi Watanabe, is a chairman of the Japan Semiconductor Manufacturers Association Japan. And Mr. Tanaka Katsuo, the CEO of the Shinmeiwa Corporation. Please come to the podium. And also, the moderator will be taken by Nafiyosu Pueruski, SSW, the law attorney of the representatives of the Matayofu Susukimi, the Mihasu Yaros, the minister, of the Polish Ministry of Secretary of State, Ministry of Development and Technology of Poland will come onto the stage. Please, panelists, please, dear panelists, please come onto the stage and take a seat. Thank you. I have bad time, so I'd like to keep the time. I learned this from the Japanese people. We'd like to keep the time and everyone, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being with us today. I really welcome you to this session, Semiconductor and AI and the introduction of the advanced technology. The collaboration between Japanese and Polish cooperation is the theme of this session. And when we talk about the semiconductor, this is an indispensable technology in our industry, and also it is underpinning the great resources that underpin our daily life and economy, and also that's related to the security. So like this, a semiconductor is very, very important for us. And there are many challenges we are facing around the semiconductor. The supply is not catching up with our demand, and also we have the fierce competition for the technological development as well. And this time, the government and a corporation and the industry association, so representative from those each space, we welcome panelists like here on the stage.
We have a global perspective and local perspective for this panel discussion. Japan is excelling in the manufacturing equipment and also chemical products to produce semiconductors. Japan is leading the world in these areas. From a different perspective, there is a great opportunity for Japan and Poland. So, Mr. Miharu Yaro, Secretary of State and Ministry of Development and Technology of Poland, I'd like to have his comment. He has a long history as a parliamentary member in Poland. Economic policy has been shouldered by him for a long time. He graduated from Wrocław Economic University, and Mr. Kiyoshi Watanabe, from 2018, he has been serving as the Chief Executive Managing Director of SEAJ, Semiconductor Equipment Association of Japan. He also had experience in Fujitsu semiconductor area and graduated from Tokyo Technological University. Max Dropinski, he is a representative of European semiconductor industry sector, so he is a leader in this industry, and he is an expert in advanced technology. Poland, Germany, Czech, Slovakia over these areas, there is a semiconductor valley, and Max is leading this area. In addition, he created the foundation to support the strength of the European semiconductor industry. And Piotr Simchak is from WB Electronics, which is headquartered in Kuala Lumpur currently. In defense industry, Piotr has a great experience. And Mr. Katsuo Tanaka, he is the senior chief engineer and managing executive officer of Shinmeiwa. He is an expert of the airline technology. He is from Shinmeiwa. He has more than 30-year experience. He is known as an expert in the air industry or air technology industry. He has developed world-renowned airplane, but also the very innovative Cessna planes as well. I am Mateusz Fumiresuki. I am the representative of SSW law firm. Now, I'd like to ask Secretary of State, Mr. Yaros. What is the ecosystem produced by Poland in global for the semiconductor manufacturing? How Japan is involved in that ecosystem? First of all, I'd like to make a comment. On Monday, in Europe, there is the move to create the semiconductor law, Semiconductor Act in Europe. And that has been already adopted. Poland could be the one of the key places for the semiconductor development, which has importance for us, and there are 3 reasons for that. Semiconductors are required for smartphones, automobiles. Even doors cannot be opened without a semiconductor in the current era. And you cannot use a vacuum cleaner without a semiconductor. Without semiconductor, we cannot live a good life. In our daily life, semiconductors have been already incorporated. In Europe, there is a growing demand for semiconductors, but there is no manufacturing of semiconductors in Europe. That is unfortunate. There is the good manufacturing equipment, and also we have some technology, but we are not producing semiconductors yet in Europe. Therefore, how we can secure semiconductors, which is indispensable for our lives. So we like to manufacture semiconductors in Europe, in Poland. That is the first reason. And second reason, this is also for the military use. For any military equipment and arms, semiconductors are required. For instance, there is a story in Vietnam. In the past, there was a story around the U.S. The bridge was aimed by a bomb by the U.S., but it was difficult to hit the bridge. And there was a request to create a semiconductor to hit the bridge in an accurate manner. And then Silicon Valley was emerging. And then semiconductors are produced for the armed purpose, I mean the military purpose. Bombs couldn't hit the bridge after 600 try, but with the semiconductor, the bridge was destroyed only with one hit. So this represents the importance of the semiconductor by this episode or story. Without semiconductors, Polish military cannot make a contribution. And the third reason, it's not just producing semiconductors. It's not just for the economic profitability. Semiconductors are related to security. We like to have domestic produced semiconductors for Poland. Then we are able to secure our nation. I mean that we can have the security based on the semiconductors. So in a daily life, we need semiconductors, so we need to produce it in Poland. And also, it is required for defense industry. It's indispensable. And third reason, domestic semiconductors can ensure security, not to be swayed by the external influence.
And now, the semiconductor, well, the semiconductor playing a very crucial role in Taiwan, Japan, and the Korea playing a crucial role in semiconductor space. So we want to develop and produce those semiconductor in Poland. In Dresden, the PSD factory established a factory and also expanded into Czech and Slovakia. And the semiconductor triangle should be formed. The Dresden and the Plav of Czech, not the Slovakia, but those three, Slovakia, Germany, Poland, and Czech, with these three countries would like to form the semiconductor triangle, and where we'd like to attract the Taiwanese companies. And also, and there are other triangle, Katowice, Wrocław, Katowice, Kraków, in summary, the semiconductor triangle and ICT triangle. By combining these two, Poland will be a more secure and a safe country that can protect European region and the world. An ICT triangle, Bratislava in Slovakia and Katowice, Dresden. These are the area where this triangle will be formed. Therefore, both of these triangle is very crucial for us. And another necessary element is the foreign investor. In Poland, we have plenty of the talent, and also they are highly motivated to learn. And the Polish company, or the company that enter into the company, I have a lot of opportunity to meet with them. And I myself, I also actually visited the Japanese company's factory. And in many cases, the crucial role played in that the Japanese company's factory are made by Polish people. So that means that it is possible for Poland to utilize those advanced technology. In Poland, of course, the Asian population that have a rich experience in this field is very important and necessary for us. And also, I'd like to emphasize once again that this is not just for the economic development, but also important for our daily living and also protect the freedom of Poland. So I think this is the paramount element and the technology that we have to focus on. We'd like to produce a semiconductor by ourselves domestically, and also we'd like to drive ICT technology in Poland. With this goal, we'd like to collaborate and deepen the collaboration with the Japanese and the Taiwanese cooperation in the future. And of course, the U.S. company may be participated in this collaboration. And with those countries, we share the common value. And by collaborating with like-minded countries, we'd like to drive the vibrant world economy and also ensure the security all around the world. I think this is an ongoing initiative. I understand. Like that. And this is a very advanced semiconductor. In order to produce this, the thousands of companies have to be involved as part of the platform. So I want to ask a question to Mr. Watanabe. And now, in the Poland, in order to build the semiconductor supply chain, how Poland can achieve this supply chain building? The Taiwanese company have already entered into Dresden. If possible, could you cite this example as well? Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share my opinion. First, I'd like to give you the overview of my opinion. And the Poland, what kind of role does Poland can play in this field? I'd like to give you 2 points. The first is toward the development of the semiconductor, the very high degree of college student and the talented human resources can be provided to the industrial space. That is a strength of the Poland. And Poland succeeded in this field and also have the rich resources in the graduate from the STEM area and a degree. So for this point, I see the great potential in Poland. And I think it is very important to have the collaboration between Poland and Japan. And the second point is that especially a Japanese company have the strength in the materials and equipment area. So if regarding the entering into the expanding its business into the Poland market, they need some advice or some expertise or some learning from the Polish side, and to further strengthen and promote the collaboration or enter into market. And before that, I'd like to give you the overview of our association. Our association is called the SEAJ, that means the Semiconductor Equipment Association of Japan. So we are the association comprising the semiconductor equipment company, and we this year marks a commemorative of 40th year, and we have the member company 261, and about 5 trillion yen earnings have, and about half of them are exported to overseas countries. So our association made a great contribution to the Japanese economy as a whole, and we are very proud of that. And also, our association, we very much promote the exchange and interaction with foreign industry, and Polish ambassador, His Excellency Milewski, and told Ms. Tifa, the Poland investment and development, those two excellencies have visited us, that deepened our collaboration with us.
About the semiconductor, rebuilding supply chain for semiconductors, I think that Poland has a big role to play in rebuilding the supply chain of semiconductors in Europe. In 2030, semiconductor industry will become a 1 trillion industry. And for the past 10 years, it has grown twice. I think there are 3 characteristics. At 2030, semiconductor will be used for servers at the data centers, personal computers, smartphones, and automobiles. These are the 4 areas to use semiconductors, and these 4 areas account for 70 to 80% of the semiconductor use. So that is the first point. The second point, and this is driven by AI. AI penetrates in every corner of our lives and industry, and that is to drive the semiconductor industry. That is the second point. And third point, for the growth of the semiconductor industry, equipment and material industry need to be grown. So these are the 3 points. And I think there are two challenges for that. And the first challenge is rebuilding of supply chain. It's not just the growing of the industry. We need to have a growth of the industry with reconstruction of the supply chain. The second point is the shortage of the talent, and these two challenges need to be addressed. I think Poland has a big role to play in solving these issues. But let me talk about the rebuilding of the supply chain. The reason for rebuilding the supply chain is security. So the advanced semiconductor manufacturing facilities required in Europe in terms of security. In Dresden of Germany, there will be the advanced factory to be built. And 10 billion euro is to be invested, 1.6 trillion yen. And about 2,000 people will work there. And to support it, we need an ecosystem. 5 times more people are required. So about 10,000 people need to be in the ecosystem. The social infrastructure in the factory that is supported by Dresden in Germany. However, engineers, employees, and their families will live there. So it's an ecosystem, and various supports are required. So it's a big company. So I think there is a support by Poland for that factory as well. And also the equipment manufacturers and the material manufacturers will join in that ecosystem. And the equipment manufacturer will create a support system, and the material manufacturers need to create the factory and also storage area or warehouses. And those could come to not only for Germany, but also to Poland. So roles of Japan and Poland can be summarized as follows. First, the biggest advantage of Poland is the proximity to Dresden in Germany. So you can use that advantage. And Japan has a strength in equipment and material. So these can be combined together. And as I said earlier, the talented people in Poland should be sent to the semiconductor industry to support the development of semiconductor in the world and in Europe. And Japan has a strong industry, so that should be involved in the plant. It's addressed in Germany, but across Europe, there should be the development of semiconductor manufacturing. So we like to make a contribution there. Thank you.
Punktu widzenia, patrząc z perspektywy.
So I like to ask Mr. Dropinsky. Semiconductor triangle, that is a pretty ambitious initiative ongoing. Currently, what is the positioning of Poland in that supply chain? There are 50,000 suppliers in the supply chain, I believe. And what is the positioning of Poland in that supply chain? We need to look at the current situation, which is important. Last year, we produced a report Poland is a good destination of investment in the back end of the semiconductor industry, and which is attractive destination of the investment. except for Asia, Poland is ranked 4th or 5th in the semiconductor supply chain. In terms of collaboration with Japanese companies, Japanese companies play an important role for the equipment for manufacturing and also materials like chemical compounds. Since 1960s, Japan has been contributing to the creation of the supply chain of semiconductors. That is a long-term experience with Japan. So Japan has a long-term history, but Poland is very new in this area. So how we can have a good collaboration? Japan has a precise technology and also the strong focus on the quality. And Poland has very vibrant and active people and motivated people. And in the back end of the industry, Poland has a track record. In advanced material sector, I think we can have a good collaboration. So something cannot be done by alone, but if we have a good collaboration between Poland and Japan, we can create something that can be appreciated in the world. World level work can be done. And actually, WB Electronics and Shinmeiwa have a good success practice. There is a joint business between Shinmeiwa and WB. We have a supplementary relationship. We can support with each other, and there is a wide range of area we can complement each other. Of course, domestic supply chain building is under our responsibility, and also that is a dream we like to fulfill. But to achieve it, collaboration with a Japanese company is indispensable. I'm not exaggerating, but there is a specific collaboration progressing, actually. So I like to ask Piotr Simchak to talk about the collaboration of WB Electronics and Shinmeiwa. So I like to ask Tanaka-san.
For these two companies have the actual cooperation. As time is limited for this session, but we'd like to spend more time to have the view from these two representatives. Please, could you give us a brief introduction about your companies and how do you start your collaboration between you? I'm Tanaka. Thank you very much. I'd like to give you the overview. 1968, it's almost 100 years since my foundation, especially the aircraft, especially we are expanding the business for the aircraft, especially we delivering the large-scale flight to the defense industry. And by utilizing that technology, we also have the wide range of application for the industrial vehicles and a pump and also our parking lot-related equipment. Those are the areas we are expanding our business. In Japan, centering around the infrastructure, we are doing a business. And this time, WB Group
we have the collaboration with this company. And originally, about the Japanese security, how we can contribute to enhance the security of Japan. And UAV or other advanced technology that the WB Group have that is quite necessary for us, Japan, in the future. So we would like to roll out WB Group's excellent technology and brought it into Japan. That is the reason why we started our collaboration. And thank you very much. I'm Piotr from the WB Group. Briefly, I'd like to introduce our company. We are very happy to be able to have the collaboration with the legendary company, Japanese company. So WB Group manufacture the aircraft and the detection surveillance flight, and also attack, the flight for attack, and we produce both for both application, and also communication equipment, and also standardized equipment are the area we produce. And for the military electric equipment, we are the major company in this field. As a moderator, I said that it's time for the time is running. As moderator said, however, I'd like to say that based on and fully utilized experience of Shinmeiwa Corporation, I had a chance to visit their factory, and it was really impressive for us. And looking back the past 30 years, our company have also had a lot of experience. And now, as we see in a science, the story in the science fiction, that kind of the scene actually rolling out in the Ukraine, actually. So the new fighting and a war scene, like a science fiction, is already going on in Ukraine. So moderator said it's a time to stop. However, he kindly allow us to continue the panel a little bit more. So while keeping the confidentiality, so could you give us what a kind of the initiative you are taking? And also, could you give us your goal for the future? And first of all, the first step, the WB Group's UAB, that was our first target, to use it to contribute to the Japanese defense industry. So first, our goal is to deploy and introduce this product to the Japanese Defense Ministry. So if it is approved, that will be the first time to introduce this product for the first time in Japan. So licensed production in Japan is a first target. And the second step is the latest technology that is owned by WB Group and also various technology owned by us. By combining these two companies' technology, we'd like to further drive the more newer technology to contribute to the advancement of the defense technology driven by the Ministry of Defense. Thank you. Wow. So, licensed production, yes, this is a direction we want to go forward. And we are now planning to this direction. And now, the self-defense force, in order to meet the requirement of the self-defense force, we are planning to develop the drone, which meets the requirement by self-defense force. And for Shimeiwa Corporation, is now rolling out W Group's product, and WB Group will make more effort to to do more to produce the benefit and the deliverables that will match with the contribution by the Shimeiwa. There are many things that we'd like to discuss more. However, now is the time to finish. And during this panel discussion, as a conclusion, Japan and Poland, we are the partner was destinated. So we are a good partner that complement each other. So this can hold true for the defense industry as well. Sorry to behind the schedule, but I really appreciate for your precious discussion at this moment. Please allow us. Sorry, we are behind the schedule. We are very sorry for that. And finally, we were able to successfully conclude. We are almost successfully conclude this for them. And now, and next, we have to go to the next program. It will be wonderful if we were able to have the 2-day session. However, unfortunately, the time is limited, so.
The most important findings, well, I will present the summary of the presentation, which already is the summary of that report, which you may fortunately download from the website using this QR code and this link. There are both macroeconomic and mesoeconomic, so sectoral dimensions. So also industrial reports devoted to 6 sectors, which are of particular importance from the perspective of Japanese-Polish cooperation, like IT, gaming, pharmaceutical and medical devices, food industry, and so on. So I encourage you to download that. And just now, like in TeleExpress, I will make this presentation. So just an introduction, which is quite interesting. Look, Polish economy or Japanese economy is 5 times bigger, more than 5 times bigger than Polish one. but in terms of GDP per capita in purchasing power parity, we are approaching Japan. It's only 10% bigger than we. And then the size of the country, look, Japan is only 20% bigger than Poland, but it's inhabited by more than 3 times more people. So it shows these proportions, and 2/3 of Japanese people live in the cities with at least 1 million population. In Poland, we've got only one such city, Warsaw, and it counts for less than 5% of population. So it shows some comparative perspective. Poland is approaching Japan in terms of GDP, gross domestic product per capita. The same, we are converging European Union, so this is very positive for us. We are in a very similar position when it comes to competitiveness position according to EMD competitiveness report. And look, on the vertical dimension, productivity, on the horizontal dimension, competitiveness, and we are almost in the same point. So this dream, which was mentioned in the first session, that Poland will become second Japan, is coming true. We are approaching this point. Of course, there are strengths and weaknesses in Japan, and according to, well, the strengths are employment, so labor market, human capital development, and infrastructure, especially scientific infrastructure. However, in terms of innovativeness ranking, according to one of the most popular reports, Innovation European Scoreboard, we can see that Japan is a little bit below European Union, and in dynamic perspective, it is diverging from the European Union. However, there are some important strengths we cannot forget of innovation system in Japan, which is, for example, intellectual property rights, so patents, designs, and research and development expenditure in the business sector. And here, we all know the strengths of Japanese economy, which are brand names, famous brand names, very innovative companies like Toyota, Sony, Panasonic, Hitachi, and so on and so on. And we in Poland, we can only dream about having such big brand names and so many of them. And this is the real strength of Japanese economy. When it comes to cooperation between Poland and Japan, well, so Japan Japanese export is bigger than Polish, but still the absolute numbers are low because look, Poland is exporting to Japan only 0.26% of Polish export. Japan 0.44 of Japanese export. So in absolute terms, this Japanese export is much bigger. And when it comes to investments, we can see that it was decreasing, Japanese investments in Poland till 2017, but then it has been gradually increasing. But when we are looking on Polish investments in Japan, it's around zero. Sometimes negative values is when the cost of operating these investments in particular years was bigger than the inflow. So, well, only few companies, Polish companies, which are officially registered in Japan, and this shows very strong, let's say, room for improvement. And going to conclusions, maybe I will go to the last recommendation because we found it quite crucial. We have also in the report the chapter on cultural aspects of Polish-Japanese cooperation, and what is one of the key success factor on Japanese market is to build personal relationships based on respect and trust. So in order to do business in Japan, very often you must find local partner, and you must know him not only from the business side, but also make some kind of friendship, make some personal relationship. And quite interestingly, the same recommendation was found by us 4 years ago when we did this report on Polish economic cooperation with Arab countries. Also, these personal relationships were one of the key success factors to be in Arab countries. So this is something that is more important than in Western standards. Thank you very much. These were the highlights, and I encourage you to download and read that report both in macro and mesoeconomic part devoted to different sectors. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie profesorze. A teraz czas na podsumowanie dzisiejszego forum. I pierwsze z tych podsumowania, będą to 2 podsumowania. Aleksander Siemanko.
So we'd like to move to closing remarks. Mr. Alexander Sumarsko, Director of the Department for International Cooperation and Trade, Ministry of Economic Development in Poland. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'd like to make a closing remark. It's my great honor on behalf of the Ministry of Development and Technology of Poland to summarize today's forum. First and foremost, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the main organizer, the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, as well as to all our partners and supporting institutions in both countries. Without your dedication and tireless effort, this event would not have been possible. I also wish to thank every participant, speakers, panelists, and companies for contributing your knowledge, your time, and above all. Today's discussion have demonstrated how much Poland and Japan already share and how much more we can achieve together. We have spoken about infrastructure, energy, transition, space, exploration, and advanced electronics capital market, and people and talent. Each individual session shows opportunities, but also there are common messages coming up. That is, Poland and Japan are natural partners in building resilient, innovative, and sustainable economies. Thank you so much.
Dziękuję, panie dyrektorze. A teraz czas na podsumowanie w imieniu gospodarzy, wiceprezes.
So we like to have the word from PIPE, the organizer of this forum, Łukasz Gubaldowski, Deputy Chairman of the Board of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. On behalf of the PIPE, Polish Investment and Trade Agency, I'd like to make a closing remark. Now we are closing this investment forum. This is a very important event. This is one of the largest events organized between Japan and Poland. We have been joined by many experts and distinguished participants, and we had a lot of fruitful discussions for the future. Poland Business Circle and Japan's Business Circle. From these circles, we have representatives coming together and to have a very specific discussions and dialogues, and we had the opportunity to further expanding our networking. And also Polish government and governmental agencies are supporting corporations. I think you know that through this forum. We have embassy people joining here, and also municipality people and business people, and also Osaka people and Japan people. Thank you very much for supporting this event, and thank you very much for joining today.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us despite of your busy schedule. Thank you for giving us your precious time to participate in this event and the forum. So the specific, this is a precious opportunity for us to have the deep discussion looking into the future will be the foundation for the future collaboration. This is a very important event. And in the Poland Pavilion, tomorrow, in the Poland Pavilion, and as a final event of the very important event to close Expo 2025 will be held in Poland Pavilion, and a concert will be held as well. So I hope your participation in this event. The concert, the musical concert, will be held from 7 p.m. today and 10 a.m. tomorrow. And I myself, on behalf of the Polish Ministry of the Investment and Trade, I'd like to once again appreciate for you all for your participation. Thank you very much.